man. So yeah, let's run it. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all those good things that get this live in front of as many people as we can. Ashlyn, thank you so much. And with that, um, yeah, make sure you, but keep on sharing it with your friends. Double tap on that screen. We are going to be running the Trump v. Harris debate. So if you are a Trump supporter, feel free to request to join. But if you're not a Trump supporter, then I'm probably not going to talk to you. Um, hey, Steph, thank you so much. Appreciate that. What's up, Matt? How's it
Hey,
going?
how you doing?
Doing well, doing well. Appreciate you being here.
Of course, happy to help.
Yeah, yeah. It's a big and daunting debate, and it's yeah.
No problem at all.
Um, yeah. No, how are you doing?
I'm pretty good. It's Monday, so you know how that goes, but that's about it.
True, it is Monday. Um, but let's see it. Hey, what's up? Whoa, thank you so much, AG, for the baby dragon. Appreciate that. Big W, AG, in the comment section.
W.
Hello.
What's
W.
up? How's it going? What's up, Nikolai?
Doing good. How are you?
Doing well. Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm just glad you're doing this topic. I love y'all.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Nikolai. Big W, Nikolai, in the comment section. We do appreciate that, but only request to join if you are going to be voting for Trump in this upcoming election. I've been looking into it for the past couple of weeks for which arguments I'm going to run. I'm familiar with like a wide range of arguments on this topic, but I think what's like definitely most concerning to me is like all the January 6th stuff that people for some reason have forgotten about, the intensity and like the craziness of that day, and especially when you take into account like all the legal proceedings that happen after. Matt, you're much more familiar with this topic. Are there any like specific points on it that I should avoid in order to avoid getting like taken down?
Oh, that's a good question. Really, it's hit and miss. I mean, anything with the GAY topic, unfortunately, still is not,
Mm-hmm.
friendly. So, I mean, stay away from that. But, I mean, not really. I mean, I would say that, like, you can kind of tell if it's, like, leaning towards, like, heavy, like, misinformation, like heavy stuff, then I would kind of push that away because that typically, will get you the election and type stuff like January 6th and stuff usually doesn't unless it goes like really overboard. But I haven't
Okay.
seen that. Usually it's when somebody says something crazy, which is just going to happen. So,
Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, well, let's get the first guest on up in here, but I'll keep that in mind. What's up? How's
Yeah,
it
how you
going?
doing?
Hey, are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Okay, why?
Well, probably the biggest reason is the abortion issue, but another reason I'm voting for him, which I want to discuss with you, was that he is going to designate Mexican rug cartels as foreign tea groups.
Okay, and why does this, like, why is this more important than anything else?
Because in the last year, I think over 70,000 Americans have died. They've taken out more Americans than any other foreign entity in the United States. So if you care about saving American lives, which I do,
Yeah,
we should make sure that we do everything in our power to increase the penalties that even Americans that are helping them out would suffer for helping them
and
bring
what
their.
penalties do Americans who are helping them out suffer now?
They can get hit with drug charges, but if we were to designate them as foreign tea groups, then we could, under 18 USC section 23398, they could be convicted of lending, quote, material support and resources to an FTO. And that this would include funds, transportation, even advice or services. So it would broaden the range. And it would catch all these individuals, because I don't know if you heard, like most of the people that get caught at the border with the stuff, the things that they're bringing in are American citizens. So it would dissuade many people from helping them out anymore. And then we could also freeze their assets. So so I mean, I don't see why we wouldn't do that.
Yeah, sure. That all sounds like really cool and all, but I just think that there's like much more important issues on the ballot. I don't know why. Uh, I'm not sure specifically what like material impact actually classifying them in this way would have. Do you have any like data points on like the estimations of the effect of this policy, or?
Well, I mean, you mean extrapolated studies? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, do you have any data?
No, I don't have any. Not at my fingertips right now. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could Google it, but it would give the U.S. government a much stronger power to combat what they're doing.
Oh, I mean that certainly sounds nice, but absent data, I'm just not sure how this could be weighed against like much more important considerations, like whether or not we'll have a democracy by the end of the next 4 years.
Okay, so to you, this hypothetical threat to democracy is more important than saving 70,000 American lives a year?
It's a very real threat to democracy. It literally happened in the last election cycle, and this election cycle, Trump has literally claimed that he's going to suspend the Constitution in order to prosecute his political opponents.
Okay, so it sounds like you don't care at all. Like it's like this issue of 70,000 Americans dying because these basically terrorist organizations are bringing their drugs into the United States basically unabated. It's not a big issue to you.
No, it is a big. It's certainly a big issue. I just think that there are much bigger issues.
Do you know Kamala Harris did not support it?
And why doesn't she support it?
Because she's more focused on telling people she grew up in a middle class neighborhood.
And why would that trade off with that? Doesn't really answer the question. Why would she not support it?
No, I'm answering.
Are you just assuming that she doesn't support it, or has she come out and like opposed this?
She hasn't publicly advocated for it.
Okay, wait. So what's the definition of a terrorist group?
Well, I'm glad you asked that. This section I brought up earlier actually lays out the definition of it.
Yeah, let's hear the definition.
So under section 219 of the Immigration Nationality Act, for a organization to be designated as an FTO, which means foreign T organization, it has to be a foreign organization. 2, has to engage in terrorist activity. So that includes things like hijacking, kidnapping, assassination, bombing, violent attacks on civilians or governments that are intended to cause death, destruction, or disruption, and they are a threat to U.S. national security. So all this
and do you think because the deaths that you're citing are specifically because of, I presume, drug overdose. So do you think drug overdose fits under the definition of terrorism?
No. So just to, maybe you're not very familiar with this topic, but the cartels do much more than just kill people via drug overdoses. In Mexico, for example, they kill judges, they kill police officers, they kill civilians who don't pay their extortions. They behead people. They hang dead bodies from bridges. They cut people's heads off and throw them in dance clubs. So they're they kidnap people. I mean, they do all kinds of stuff, which would easily be classified as a terrorist acts.
Yeah, wait. So, but you were specifically grandstanding on 70,000 U.S. deaths each year. Is that incorrect? Were you not doing that like 5 minutes ago?
Sure, and didn't you
and wait, and how do these deaths? Wait, hold on. How do these? Hold on. How do these deaths come about? Is it through these acts of terror, or is it majority from like drug overdose?
I'm not understanding this. Your way.
Do you not understand the question? Do you want me to ask it again?
He's asking.
So you asked me what
did
the
cartel
definition of it under the law,
No.
I gave you the definition of it, and then you're saying, these people are dying from overdoses. So are you gonna address the fact that I just gave you the definition of it? And how
because your point seemed to be quite disconnected here, because what you were citing earlier was these like 70,000 unalivings from drug overdose.
Okay.
Yeah. So these are not acts of terror. Like they might be doing terror in Mexico itself, but the drug overdoses that you were grandstanding on earlier are not acts of terror.
Oh, so is Hezbollah committing acts of terror? And
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar enough with them.
Oh, okay. You never heard of Hezbollah?
With the state of Israel,
I've heard of them.
Oh,
I've heard of them. I know that they're in Lebanon.
If you're in the state of Israel, why do we have them designated as a terrorist organization?
I'm not familiar enough with them to speak on that matter.
Oh, you see, there you go. See that's That's where like
Why? I mean, why would I?
you're
Why
not
would I want to
understanding-
pretend like
you're not
Why would I want to
understanding how
pretend
the
to know
law works.
something? Why would I want to pretend to know something that I don't actually know?
Okay, then why are you arguing against it? I'm not
I'm
understanding.
not arguing against it. I took the agnostic position. I think you're just not tracking.
So I mean, no, I think you're not tracking. You asked me what the definition of it is under the law. I gave it to you. The definition.
Yeah, well, you're just
And
giving
then
a
you asked
summary
me-
of
and then
you
your
like
comeback to
fumbling
that-
around.
Then your comeback to that is, oh, these Americans that are dying in the United States are peacefully overdosing in the United States. How could that? be
Well, hold
considered
on.
terrorism?
We're attaching a lot of words to it.
So it's peaceful to you.
No, not really.
people
I mean,
overdose in the
well,
United
I think
States on
I
the
think that
drugs
there's
that
like
drugs are bringing.
for certain drugs, I think that all these drugs are like necessarily bloody. Like there is like always some like element of like violence that's going to be attached to like a drug like cocaine, for example.
Okay, so would you consider that terrorism? Someone overdosing in their home from the illicit acts that these
No, because
FTOs
typically
are committing?
terrorism involves attacks against civilians to sway some sort of political opinion. So I
Yeah, and
wouldn't
that's-
really consider
okay.
that an act of terror.
Yeah.
No.
When you
Okay, so then we shouldn't
when we're
designate.
talking
by your
hold on,
definition,
hold on.
Wait, hold
we
on,
shouldn't
hold on.
designate
Wait.
Hamas.
When we're talking about rugs, let's not say the name, and that's just because it will get you a bananaed. Like it
Oh,
just will.
okay,
So-
gotcha. Good to
so,
know, good to
so
know.
let's just yeah. I mean, there's one in particular. It's the F drug. Just stay clear of it. Just stay clear of it. So
Okay.
yeah. Okay. But yeah, I mean, but Raj, you're not answering Ian's question though. Like, I mean, like honestly, because Ian asked you a very strict question. Is yes, we have individuals who are having overdoses. That's true, right? But what plan would designating these cartels as terrorist organizations, what change would that make? Because we already have an act on the book, or a law on the books that makes it illegal, and that's the Kingpin Act. The Kingpin Act already makes it illegal. It has the exact same consequences. It has the exact same language in it. So that's why it hasn't passed Congress, is because we already have things on the books, because people have been trying to pass this for years and years and years, and it has always failed because we already have something on the books. So you're causing confusion, and you're also causing unnecessary complication, because what are we going to do? Go into Mexico? Are we going to send Navy SEALs into Mexico? Are we going to send the Army? Are we going to do like a covert operation into Mexico? No, right? I mean, and so that's why that's why every time these bills get reintroduced in the House or the Senate, they fail, because everybody realizes that we already have this law against it.
Yeah, and additionally, just to add on to that, like you can say that they deserve a harsher punishment, but the severity of punishment does very little to deter crimes, according to the government itself, the National Institute of Justice. Which means that you would be doing this to like feel good about yourself, not because you actually want to affect some sort of material outcome.
Good. If the people who are doing it aren't deterred, let's lock them up. That's fine. We'll catch them and lock them up.
Yeah, we're already doing that.
Yeah, but if they would be convicted under our terrorism laws, which would be allowed if we designated the cartels as a terrorist organization, they would face far more severe and longer sentences.
Okay.
Yeah, and as I
but-
just said, severity of the punishment doesn't deter the crime, according to literally the National Institute of Justice.
I don't believe
Let-
that, but even if
let's-
that was the case,
but
let's lock
Raj,
them
let's
up.
also consider the fact that this would have to pass Congress. Trump cannot do it on his own, right? It would have to pass Congress. We already know that the bills that have been introduced on this point in the House and the Senate have always failed. They have always failed. So you have to convince us that even if this is the right idea, how is Trump going to be able to pass this? Because we know that his skill for compromise is very much lacking. Or better yet, his skill for
Congress does not need to
negotiation.
designate them. Congress does not. You're wrong about that. That's misinformation. Congress does not have to designate these.
No. Congress has to pass
the power to designate
FTO.
them-
Congress
No,
has
no,
to
no.
pass an
No, it doesn't.
FTO.
The power
Yes,
to
it does.
designate an FTO lies with the U.S. Secretary of State. Under
It does,
Section 219
unless
of the Immigration Nationality Act. There's no requirement.
you would
that
have to
Congress
amend.
to
Okay, this is getting in the weed now, but you would have to amend Section 219 to allow the cartels to be designated as such,
No, you
which
don't.
is why
power
Representative
lies with
Chip
the US
Roy.
Secretary
No, hold
of
on.
State.
hold on. That's why Chip Roy had to introduce a bill in the House in like 2018 or 2019 to be able to allow the Secretary of State to be able to do that. We already have an act on the books that allows the a Secretary of State to do that, and that's the Kingpin Act. So once again, the reason why this is up for debate is because Congress has repeatedly, on the Republican side, tried to pass these bills, and these bills always fail.
Okay. We have a fundamental misunderstanding of the law, so I'll go ahead and drop down. But anyways, that's the only thing I wanted to bring up.
Yeah, it sure does seem like that. Well, appreciate you coming on up. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Appreciate it, Matt. But like, please stay up. Please stay up, of course. No, but there's like a lot to learn in this debate, but yeah. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Are you voting for Trump? Jasmine? Jasmine? Okay. You're off the app. You swiped out of the app? Hey, what's up? How's it going? Do you want to turn that off? Okay, sounds good. That works too. But keep on double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Let's get all the way up to 50K likes. Hey, what's up? How's it going? No stress? No stress? Like seems to, I don't know. Hey, how old are you?
I am 46.
Okay, and are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Why?
Well, I believe Trump didn't just one day say, hey, I'm going to run for presidency. I believe the military asked him to run.
You think who asked him to run?
The military.
And first of all, okay, so the military is like a large group of people. So when somebody asks you to run, that would need to be like one person. So who was the person specifically who asked him to run, and why do I care?
It was, well, one of the commanders in the military.
Which one?
I'm not sure which one it was.
Okay, so I'm very skeptical of this already, especially because this seems like it would be a violation of the Hatch Act to literally take like such a partisan action. But putting that aside, why would I care?
So I believe that the military got a hold of the NSA and found out basically what the corruption was going on. And I believe Trump's first presidency was to put things in place to take down the cabal.
Okay, so sounds like a bunch of nonsense. So what's the corruption involved, and what's your evidence of it? Kat, thank you so much for the swan. Appreciate it. W Kat in the comments.
They're trying to bring in the NWO.
What's the New World Order? Is this?
Yes.
Are we serious? Are we doing a little meme here? What's the deal?
No, dead serious. I haven't found anyone to prove it wrong.
How is this falsifiable?
Through all the evidence that's been happening.
No, how is this falsifiable? Like, what could be presented to you that would make you think that this isn't true?
That it isn't true?
Yeah.
Basically, go back in time and make everything that's happened not happen.
Gotcha. So, is it possible to go back in time?
No, that's what I'm saying.
So it's not possible to provide you evidence that would disprove this. So it's not falsifiable. So you're believing in something that's unfalsifiable, like fairies.
No, I don't see that.
We literally just demonstrated how it's not falsifiable.
So yeah, like prove to me that this corruption is not happening.
How can you expect me to prove a negative? Prove to me that the corruption is happening.
Well, it's already being displayed.
Yeah, where?
Throughout everywhere in general.
Where?
Well, like for example, what's going on with a lot of people thought we were crazy believing that there was a lot of stuff going on in Hollywood with the P file, or I don't know how you want to word it here, but
P3Os, yeah.
yeah, P3Os. That they thought we were crazy that that was happening, and now it's coming out that it really was happening.
Yeah, which ones? Like, do you have any evidence that it's like a systemic problem?
Yeah, there's I don't have any evidence in front of me to present to you right now, but
Oh yeah, you have evidence. You just left it in your other pants.
no, I don't have a computer in front of me. I don't have the stuff in front of me.
I have a computer in front of me. Could you just list it out?
For all the child abduction, all the missing children, all the stuff like
90,
that.
I think 97% of children are returned.
Out of how many?
Out of 100%, 97% out of 100%.
No, but out of how many children?
97%.
Yeah, out of what's the 100%?
Do you understand percentages?
Yeah. How many children though are we talking?
97 for every 100% per 100.
Are we talking about 100 children or 300,000 children? How many are we talking about?
For the Hollywood area specifically?
Yeah.
Okay, let's find out. Like 20,000, with 89% of them being resolved.
Yeah, that's just one aspect of it, but yeah, I don't think Trump's running just because he wanted to be president. I think there's something bigger going on. Might sound crazy,
Do you
but
have
I think we're all about to find out.
literally any evidence of that? Also, I mean, the president is literally in charge of appointing the director of the NSA. So if the NSA is corrupt, seems like Trump appointed a pretty shitty director.
That happened in 2000. That happened when Obama was president.
Yeah, and then Trump can just reappoint. He can just appoint a different one.
No, I know. They were going to go in and arrest Obama, but they didn't.
Proof?
And it's someone, I forgot who it was that spoke on it, but someone spoke on it.
Gotcha. So the proof of this wild, unbelievable claim is someone spoke on it. Trust me, bro.
Here you go. Do you remember Q?
Unfortunately.
You do remember Q?
Wait, do you think? Wait. I have a question for you. I have a question for you. Do you think Donald Trump is currently president right now? Chris, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Do I think he's currently president? Not for the corporation of the United States. Not for the corporation.
Not for the corp. We're using like sovereign citizen words. What are you talking about? This is all just nonsense.
It sounds like nonsense, but I think we're all about to find out.
It is nonsense, and you've been saying that we're all, well, it might sound like nonsense, but we're all about to find out. That's the line that's been said for like 8 years now.
No, Q didn't even start posting until 17.
So 7 years now.
And they never gave a date though.
Yeah. So because it's unfalsifiable. They wouldn't give dates. Yeah. Also, they did give dates, and the dates came and went.
No, the QAnons might have gave dates, but Q never posted a date.
Then it's just unfalsifiable.
Well, we're all about to find out. So
then we'll find out very soon, and we can have this discussion once we find out.
It's like the God debate,
Yeah,
Jesus
it literally
back.
is.
You're about to find out.
Yeah. You better repent now. Jesus is coming soon. Well, fuck. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah, I think we will.
You got anything else?
No, that's it. Did you ever find out who Q was?
I haven't been following nonsense too closely. I prefer
Find some guy in his
nonfiction.
basement.
Yeah, true. Yeah. His mom's basement, wherever that is.
So we never found out who he was then. We just dismissed it.
We don't need to. It's nonsense.
There's
literally not a shred of evidence for any part of this. None whatsoever. And any time it's been investigated, like the Pizzagate guy, all that's resulted is violence. Your ideas that have no evidence for them, Your fairy tales lead to real world violence.
I don't see where there was real world violence.
You don't think Pizzagate was violent? You don't think Jan 6 was violent?
No, Jan 6 was a joke. That
I
was
didn't
not.
find
That
it
was not a.
funny.
Yeah, what's the punchline?
If conservatives tried, if someone really tried to take over, it would not have gone down the way it went down. It would have been an actual takeover.
Do you
That
think
was-
that
Yeah,
the
they would have took it over, and then they would have sent in like the whole military, and would have like a second whole civil war on the lawn of the Capitol. That makes sense.
It wasn't even. I mean, the only person that got killed was a
actually,
civilian.
No,
but
police
that's not true.
officers
There
died.
was a second. Well, yeah, there's police officers, but there was also a second protester who got crushed by other protesters.
There was no police officer that died.
One lost an eye. One had such a PTSD that they unalived themselves. I mean, yeah. I mean, the ripple effect from it was terrible. We all seen the videos of those supposed patriots, right? You know, beating on cops and everything. You guys claim to be the law and order people, and yet there you are beating on cops and everything.
Yeah, well, there was federal agents that were hired to pretend they were Trump supporters when they weren't.
You know that's not true. And if it
Brain
was, that
rot.
would be Trump's fault because Trump appoints the head of literally all of these agencies.
No, it wasn't. It was.
Which federal
they were-
agency did these people come from?
I'm assuming they had some ties with the FBI. I'm not sure if they were direct
Yeah,
agents.
and who appoints the director of the FBI?
It doesn't mean there can't be corruption in there.
And who's so Trump appointed a corrupt FBI director.
It doesn't mean it was the director himself that did it.
Who has the power to fire anybody in the FBI?
I'm assuming the president, right?
The director. And also the
Oh,
president.
Yeah. Within.
So then Trump must have appointed a pretty shitty director.
Could have. Not like he could have pointed someone that didn't think was corrupt and ended up being corrupt.
Why does it seems like lots of the people Trump appoints to very high positions end up taking a fall for something or another?
And even if I was completely wrong about all of this, do you think we're better off now than we were when Trump was in office?
I think that relative to the world, we're better off. Our economy recovered much quicker than all the other G7 countries. Yeah, and by what metric are we not?
Just economically?
Yeah, so if you
crime-wise?
yeah, inflation was a global phenomena. Trump had the luxury of removed for community guideline violation. I also got like a restriction warning that said that it's like being suppressed. But yeah, that makes sense. I
Your
probably
account?
should have.
Your account?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, so was it a flag or was it a warning?
It was like I think it was a flag that said like your live video is not being pushed out, basically.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I think it's because you said the C word.
Oh,
so
wait, is it
it's-
conspiracy or is it?
No. C Kane.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I might
that's
hit a
my one.
reset and then come
Yeah,
back.
you might need to do that because
All right.
okay, all right.
Yep, I'll be
See you
back in
soon.
30 seconds. All right.
Okay.
Wait, I can read it. Your live visibility restricted. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search
Yeah.
results because your live does not comply with the For You feed eligibility standards under our community guidelines. Reason discussing drugs or a related substance. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's Hey, welcome back. Back at it again. Welcome back, all of you. What's up, Charlie? How's it going? Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Welcome back, one. Welcome back, all. I'm so glad that each and every one of you is here. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. But make sure you're sharing it with your friends. Your shirt is so cool. Thank you. It's a Mitski shirt. I got it from the Mitski concert. It was way too much money. And also at the end of it, they asked me to leave a tip for handing me the shirt. And the worst part is, I did. Crazy. it's gone too far asking for tips. Literally unbelievable. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff as we try to get our very first guest on. Share it with your friends, drop a follow as well. Um, yeah, I'm excited to explore some arguments. There is one thing that I've been thinking about this like literally all week, importing from philosophy of religion, like presuppositional arguments. Basically, just that Trump supporters presuppose that there's like something worthwhile in voting, or that to some degree they value voting as a part of our electoral process. Because if they didn't do that, then they wouldn't be voting. And that contradicts with the fact that Donald Trump literally tried to take away the vote from everybody in 2021. But with that, we'll go to the first guest. Keep on double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Ian, I love you. You've helped me so much with the God debates. I know I'm under 18. Okay, I'm gonna leave.
Oh,
I promise.
okay?
I will
Well,
leave.
I was gonna let you continue, because who doesn't like having all those nice words talked about them? But you can't say I'm under 18. But I do appreciate that. Double you guessed in the comment section. Also, if you're under 18, you shouldn't be doing God debates on TikTok. It's called Terms of Service, buddy. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you are in that guest request box, make sure that you think that, or make sure that you are voting for Trump. If you're not voting for Trump, I can't talk to you. Welcome back, Matt. How's it going?
Hello.
All right. Hey, what's up? How's it going, John?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
Well, I'm not voting at all, actually. But,
Why not?
well, I don't think it really matters. I was gonna ask you. So, are you the son of a senator?
No.
No. Okay. So, do you feel like your vote will actually affect the standing of the country in any way?
Yeah, I do. Absolutely. Yeah. So it does it in like two ways. So first, if you're in a battleground state, it super definitely does. Additionally, there's like all these like smaller elections. So even if you don't vote for president, you should be voting anyway. And also, I think that there's something really meaningful about having a majority of people vote for one candidate, even if you're in a place where it's like guaranteed to go one way, like Mississippi or California. I still think that there's value in voting, just because the candidate who wins, I think that there's like some level of importance to winning the popular vote. I know it doesn't do anything, but it does translate into identifying a big problem in our political system, which is the Electoral College.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with that. That makes sense.
Yeah. I assume you're probably just in somewhere like California where your vote doesn't really matter.
No, I'm in Minnesota.
Okay. Does your vote matter? That's a pretty important state, is it not?
I mean, Minnesota. Yeah, I mean, I would vote. I mean, I don't know why not. I mean, Minnesota is bluish purplish. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I would say that your vote matters.
No, it's definitely a blue state for sure.
I mean, it's blue in the sense that yeah, it votes for Democrats, but it votes Democrats by like +7, not like +20 like California. So, I mean,
Yeah.
there is a difference.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, you should really consider voting.
Yeah. I mean, for me personally, like I just like don't think that my vote's gonna matter, honestly. Like, and the reason I asked you if you're a senator's son is the sense of like that's more of like a broad question, in the sense of like, I feel like economic standing is important, right? And if you're not someone of the middle class or upper class, it's really not gonna matter. If you're poor, things like that. Maybe if you're a student, it's something. But even then, I don't think it's really gonna matter.
It does matter. Trump has proposed a tariff policy which is estimated to add $4,000 a year to the expenses of every family in America. This is going to affect you. You will notice a difference in prices if Trump gets elected and implements this policy.
Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, probably true. I don't talk politics very much because of the simple fact that I'm probably never gonna meet anybody that is like directly controlling how things are running it, and it's never gonna really just like affect me. I don't think. I don't know.
It is. I mean, you can literally look to like our elections matter. The things that happen at the polls matter. The fact that like Roe v. Wade got overturned is a direct result of Trump becoming president. He appointed all of the Supreme Court justices, which took away Roe v. Wade. They overturned Roe v. Wade. This has affected literally millions of people. Literally millions. These things do affect you. You know people who are affected by these things.
You know the old saying that if you don't vote, then you can't complain.
Yeah, and that's how I feel. I don't complain. I just kind of go about my life.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that's kind of dumb, right? Because you're how old?
I'm 23.
Okay, I mean, you'll be getting into in the next 4 years. You'll be closing in on 30. You'll be wanting to, buy a house, start a family. Maybe you'll be wanting to, go up in your job and make more money and everything. And whoever's president and has the better tax policy, has the better plan for the economy, has better housing, childcare, healthcare policy, all those things, those will impact you if you have those goals in mind, which I assume that you probably do, at least on the money side, right?
Right.
So I mean, that's why you vote. It's because you need to decide who is the best candidate, because they will be making your tax policy over the next 10 years. And if you then are 27 and your taxes have gone up or typically or bad, then again you can't complain because you didn't do anything to actually go into the system and do the one thing that you can actually do, which is vote.
Okay, fair enough. I'll take that in consideration. And the way I look at it is this: there's always going to be someone that, it's like a protagonist and an antagonist in a story, right? There's always going to be someone doing something, and just trying to get the others goat, if you will. And at the end of the day, I think that the presidency, someone has to be the face of it, but there's so many different hands that one essential bill has to go through in Congress just to become a law, and all these different things, and things get implemented. It's kind of like a ladder, right? One thing's put into place, and then the next thing is built upon, and then the next thing, and so forth, so on and so forth, until someone decides that it's not a good law, it shouldn't be in place, and it gets taken out, right? And I think
You describe the system.
Yeah,
Right.
so which is why it's important to vote not just for the president, but also for your senators and your representatives.
Right,
that
right.
Each part of this matters, and that you have a say. You have the ability to decide these things and influence the election. Everyone does, and
But I
you
think-
should use yours.
So I think personally, like, it's I think politics is meant for people that have money and have power, and that's what the whole scheme is, right? Like, society, at the end of the day, society's built on people that work and things like that. And you don't really see a blue collar man in politics, but you see people like that voting, right? Because they think that it works and stuff.
Wait, hold on. Your governor, who is now the main vice presidential candidate.
Yep.
I mean,
Walls.
he's pretty working class. I mean, he was called by the Wall Street Journal the poorest vice presidential candidate in like a century, and they meant that as a dig, but no, I mean, actually that's a good thing. I mean, the man is considered like a middle class.
But he's
so
not.
I mean,
He's not though. His kids go to. Sorry, excuse me. His kids go to Ivy League schools, and they're in. He's very much a wealthy man.
well, no, he's not wealthy. Actually, they did a full dive using his tax records to see how much he made, and he's one of the lowest people. Yeah, I mean, if you consider wealthy, like having like maybe like over like 100K, then sure, but he's not wealthy compared to most people, and certainly not to like people like Donald Trump. Like it's not even the same boat.
Yeah. And I don't know actually much about Harris at all, really. She just kind of popped up out of nowhere. I knew she existed and stuff like that, but and I wouldn't say that I know much about Trump either. But I would probably lean like, okay, I liked Barack Obama when Obama was in office. I thought Obama was a good candidate, but I recently leaned more towards Trump. if I had to pick somebody.
Yeah, but why?
Well, I think Donald Trump has, and people are like, oh, he always says that people always say that he's a businessman and all this. Well, I feel like he has the authority and the idea to run a country now. But like I said, so that doesn't. I feel like he's not going to let stuff slide. Personally, I feel like he's gonna,
In what way? I mean, we can look to international relations, for example. He met with Kim Jong-un and got Kim Jong-un to agree to stop their nuclear testing program. And then just a couple of months later, Kim Jong-un kept on doing it. And you know what Trump did about that? Nothing.
Name
Yeah.
called him on Twitter. That was
Yeah.
about it.
But I mean, who really knows what happens behind the scenes? Like, we don't know, and like, we don't have any type of like inside information on what happens at the goddamn White House. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, we
Yeah,
do
all-
now because the people who were in the White House, in the Oval Office, now have written books and memoirs and come out and said, this is what happened. And when you hear about the stuff, it's insane. The fact that Trump, like, for example, I mean, like, people forget, people have amnesia, but people forget, for example, that Trump actually advocated for and thought about, this is a thought, about stopping a hurricane with a nuke. Like he thought, okay, no, I'm not lying about that. He thought,
no, I believe you.
he has access to some of the smartest doctors in the world, some of the best research in the world, and yet he's standing next to Dr. Fauci, and instead of asking Dr. Fauci for his advice, he says, why don't we know that bleach and like ultraviolet light can kill bacteria, so why not we put it into our body so that we can get rid of the COVID virus? Like, that's okay. And you might say, well, as someone said in the thing, well, that's probably a joke. The problem is when a president says that, there are people who believe it. For example, after he said the thing about bleach, the number of calls to poison control went up.
Right.
Right? People believe what the president has to say. That's why you can't just be the president and just be saying crazy stuff out here in the public. And behind the scenes, he was far worse. He advocated to a General Mark Milley that during one of the BLM protests that were outside the White House, why can't we just shoot them in the kneecaps just to like make them learn their lesson and everything, right? Just imagine a United States president saying, let's shoot citizens of this country who are peacefully protesting, right, simply because he disagrees with them. That's the main point, right, is that behind the scenes he said a lot more crazy stuff, things that made people's heads go boom, which is why over half of all of his staff and secretaries and everything have come out and said, we don't want him back in the White House because he knows nothing, he doesn't know what to do, he's clueless, and a second Trump presidency will be worse because he'll be totally unchained down, because no one's going to be in there who's going to pull him back from that chaos.
Okay. Well, so I hear what you're saying, right? Like, and what I thought of while you were speaking was, so everyone has a sense of humor, right? Everyone has, and I'm not saying that it's humorous by any means. Like the running a country is not something that's funny by any means. But at the end of the day, people are grown up, right? Everyone was a kid at one point. And everyone has this different opinion of what they might think is funny and how to run a country or whatever. I don't think that's really any correlation, but people have different opinions. And so I don't know if you can necessarily take the job seriously the whole time. And there's so much fake news that comes out and so much propaganda and twisted stuff. There's really not a good way to get a good source of information. I feel like unless
Wait. I'm so sorry. So let's say that I get elected president, and the way I make all my decisions is by rolling some dice. Would that be okay?
Ooh, by rolling dice. What are the dice numbered? Do they have
Yeah,
words
they're
on them?
numbered and they
have
correspond
words on
to
them?
an action chart that I have in front of me.
They correspond to
That all of my
decisions.
decisions about whether I do something or don't do something is all 100% determined by dice. Would that be okay?
I think it would be interesting. That's for
But would
sure.
that be acceptable? Is that the type of behavior that you'd be looking for in your candidate?
If you play, it would keep things interesting. I don't know. Personally, I don't ever plan on running a country, so I don't really know. Um,
The answer is, this is an easy question. The answer is obvious. The answer is no. That
No.
wouldn't be okay.
See, I'm a hardened optimist, right? So you could come at me with a lot of different things, and I could try to find a good in it some way. And so I guess the good in that would be, well, you don't ever know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, maybe the good in that could be, maybe the good thing that we aspire to is we elect a candidate who actually cares, who is capable of implementing these policies, and makes people's lives better. Maybe that could be the good that we strive for, rather
I
than it
agree.
being interesting.
I agree. Now, would you say that the main purpose of politics is to divide people?
I think the main purpose of politics is to allocate power.
To allocate power. I think that's maybe what it was at some point, but it's not now. I think it divides people just to get an idea of where people are at, and really
Humans have always been divided when it comes to politics. This is nothing new. We've had bad times and we have good times. Like, people think that like this is somehow new, but I'm sorry, but like
there's
you
never
can
been
go
a good
back.
time. The human race,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
listen,
because
the human race is just completely corrupt, and you can take politics and society.
you just
aside.
said that like you're an optimist. I don't hear
I
much
am
optimism here.
I said I'm a hardened optimist. Hardened being the key word. Now, if you notice my questions beforehand, they relate to, wealth and social standing and stuff. Everything that I have, I've had to get by myself. So I've had to work for everything that I have, and I don't know you, and you don't know me. So, but at the end of the day, I think so. We're put on this earth, and we're supposed to say that this person is a good representation of me. When in reality, they're probably not gonna be. Just considering the diversity of life and the spectrum of people that exist in this fucking universe and on this planet. You know what I mean? So,
Why do you think we're so divided?
Well, that goes back to, I probably, they say money, sex, drugs, religion, alcohol. Mention that shit, it'll rouse us all, right?
Do you think that we were this divided, like, say, 10 years ago?
Yep.
Really? You think
Yeah.
that we were this divided 10 years ago?
I think
Under Obama, you think that we were this divided?
I think after war. Have you ever fought a friend before?
Have I ever fought a friend? In what sense?
Just like physically fought? Have you ever like fought your brother?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. So did you guys get closer, or did you stop talking?
Well, I mean, first we got closer and then we stopped talking.
Okay. See, and I think that's how it works in the sense of like a country. The same thing, I think we get closer after war, and then as we drift away, we get bored and we don't know what to do. We stop talking, and then maybe years down the road, we start talking again, and some bullshit. You know what I mean? Like it's this big like fucking I think it's just everything's corrupt, and you could take that as an existential idea of life, or you can take it as a more political standing, if you will, on the subject.
Gotcha. So we have like two people. If you think everything's corrupt, do you agree that we should prefer the one that's less corrupt?
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right. So Trump said that Trump approached oil companies and said, if you give me a certain amount of money, I think it's like $5 billion in like campaign funds, I'll give you, I think, $80 billion in tax cuts. Do you think that that's like kind of unimaginably corrupt thing to do?
Well, so does that relate to the 1%? Because I mean, if you own, what was it? You said oil companies, right?
Yeah, oil companies.
Yeah, I think so. If you own an oil company, you're obviously pretty wealthy, and this goes back to the economic standing and where you are with money. You know what I mean? So, and giving.
But do you think that that's like a super
cuts?
corrupt thing to do?
Giving the rich tax cuts.
Not just giving them tax cuts, but giving them tax cuts in exchange for them giving you campaign funds.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. Everybody campaigns in their own way, and I don't really know how that would affect the overall.
If Joe Biden started deficit spending and he deficit spent $1 trillion on the Kamala Harris campaign, would that be okay?
Probably not.
Yeah,
No,
why would that not be okay?
Well, that's taxpayer money.
Where do you think tax cuts come from?
Tax cuts come from, well, Someone in Congress decides to make some type of cut or something. They pass some type of bill for something, and then
Where does the money come from? Also, Harrison, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. W Harrison in the comment section. Appreciate it.
somebody gets relief somewhere based on an agreement that gets made for some type of business, and exchange for business or funds or something like that. So they receive like a tax break, essentially.
I mean, typically, where these tax cuts come from, the brunt of them are carried by the people at the bottom, by low class, low income people or middle class people. That's who makes up for the majority of like the tax cuts. That these taxes fund various programs, and these programs are no longer funded.
Okay. Yeah.
So offering tax cuts is taking tax dollars away from like low class and middle class people.
Yeah, but see, so yeah, well, I guess I'm gonna agree with you. Yeah. So what, my tax. So like, I'm a low income person, right? I'm 23. Like I said, I'm a working person, right? My money goes to the middle class, and then after that, my middle class, or the money after that, all the collectively poor people, that goes to the rich, and then after that, it gets delegated out, or the rich keep it really, and then you receive it back after your next paycheck or whatever. In some way, but you don't receive the full amount, not even close to it. You get taxed, right?
So you said that it would be unacceptable if Joseph Robin Biden deficit spent $1 trillion in campaign funds for Kamala Harris's campaign. That would be unacceptable to you. And the reasoning you gave for why that would be unacceptable is because that's taxpayer money. Now, Trump said, if you give me $1 billion in campaign funds, I will give you a 160 or 100. If you give me 1 billion, then I'll give you 160 billion in tax cuts. These tax cuts come from the taxpayer, essentially. So for the same reason that you opposed this first scenario, you would also be forced to oppose what Trump did.
I oppose both of them. Yeah, you're right.
Well, okay, because so one of them is real and one of them's hypothetical. So you would oppose the hypothetical thing that Biden and Harris didn't actually do, and you would oppose the real thing that Trump actually did, which means that in reality you would oppose Trump. Do you agree?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So if you oppose Trump, then don't vote for him. In fact, you should be voting for Harris.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Again, I probably won't vote because it's going to be hard to sway my view on that. I think that, like I said, everybody in politics is corrupt, and like most people come from money, and it's a cesspool of people that it's passed on. That's what I think. I probably am wrong. Who knows? I've been wrong. I'm wrong all the time, every day. But I think that, it's just this thing that's constantly passed on. Like, this sense of hierarchy and being is, if you've got a good standing in society, it's going to be passed on, and that's where you'll be. Where do these people come from anyway? So it's
Sure. So you can say that they're all corrupt, and I might be inclined to agree with you. Certainly, we would prefer the less corrupt of the options. I mean, you might think that it's possible to make no choice, but you're forgetting that no choice is itself a choice. That instead of taking the reins of power that have been put in front of you with the ballot, you instead let everyone else do that. That it's not like you're making no choice. Your choice is to allow everyone else to decide.
Yeah. I mean, but I guess like I still do my part at the end of the day. Just because I don't vote for a single person, I still follow the rules of society and perform as a functioning member of society. I'm not out here causing harm and stuff like that, and I'm not being a disruptor of peace, so to say. I'm not harming anybody else's life by working, and just paying my way. What is the over? So you're getting at that this is just a betterment of life, right? This is a betterment of overall living and well-being, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so by me not doing that and living my life in the best way I possibly can and focusing on becoming the best person I possibly can, then how is that affecting somebody by me not, rallying around and being like, oh yeah, this guy's great, which is
Because
fine.
you could be an even better person. Trump is morally unfit to hold office. He tried to coup the US government on January 6th. You ought be voting for Kamala Harris just on that fact alone.
I'd like to see you sit down and meet with both of them. And, because like at this point I'm having this conversation with you. So like, the facts that I'm receiving from you are your own that's your personal interpretation. And I would say like probably your own interpretation of the facts that you've gathered and things like that. But it would
Are
be
you aware that Trump slated 7 fake electors, which he pressured Mike Pence to choose on January 6th, first with words and then with violence of the mob that he sent over there, in an effort to subvert and steal power against the will of the American people? Are you aware of that?
I'm not, but it wouldn't surprise me none. I mean, the world is a shady place and people are shady.
That's a literal coup attempt. Can you cite me anything done by Kamala Harris that even comes within the same galaxy as attempting to coup the government in
I
terms
don't
of
know.
corruption?
I don't know, but my honest prediction is that we will see a woman president at some point in our life. The same way, I was a young kid in middle school and I wrote a letter to Barack Obama. He was the first African American president, and people just said that would never happen. That was way before my time. I thought that I thought that he was a cool president. But again, I was in middle school when he was running for office and when he got into office. I think that we will see a woman president. I don't know specifically if Kamala Harris is a good person or a bad person. Who knows? Like I said,
You could know. You could become educated and informed on this.
That is true. I plan on going back to school at some point, but I was never very like good at politics. I was good at history. But it was more like U.S. history and stuff like that. Not so much evolving around like politics, but it was more involving like the economy and as far
I got news for you about U.S.
inventions.
history and the economy and its relation to politics.
Mine was more like inventions and things like that, and just.
I got news for you about the things that cause the economic conditions for inventions to take place.
Oh, okay.
It's politics. All of these things are underwritten by politics. That the material conditions that exist because of the government structure that creates the conditions necessary for these inventions to happen in the first place.
Yes, that's true. But a lot of it was a hierarchy and a quality of the qualities of life not being met, and there was just a different frame of mind. It depends on when we're like. I was going back to the Industrial Revolution. My graduating year was 19, so I mean, like, I think personal experience exceeds what's in text as well. Although text is important, it depends on what you're speaking. On the terms you're speaking of, what kind of personal experience do you have that would make you sway towards the vote for Kamala Harris?
The personal experience of reading up on the data and all of the relevant facts.
Yeah, you can read all you can read until you're blue in the face, and I think that's great to be educated, book smart. But what kind of personal experience have you?
The personal experience of acclimating myself with the facts of the matter.
Okay, did you grow up, would you say you grew up middle class, poor, rich?
Yeah, I'd say I grew up middle class.
Okay. So you've never had to deal with like the idea of like
Hey, I'm gonna interrupt you real quick. I have to go. I have a work thing that I have to do real quick. So
Yeah, for sure.
Ian, I'll be watching, and if you need me or anything, I'll hop back on. But you're doing great. I think you'll be fine. So you're doing great. But let me
Yeah, I
know if you
appreciate
need
it.
anything. Okay.
Let's get a big W, Matt, and make sure everyone's following Matt as well. I appreciate you, Matt. Yeah, please feel free to come back up if you hear something and have something to contribute to it. But big W, Matt, again.
I also agree. I do agree with him. I think you're great. I watch your other debates as well.
Hey, well, I appreciate that. Yeah.
Satan debates. Or is it? It's more like an atheistic debate, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like atheist debates. Yeah.
But yeah, I watch those. And I'm on board with you with that as well. But that's I'm on board with you with that. But so, what would you say is like? So you grew up middle class, and I'm not knocking you. Nobody can choose their family or anything like that, or where they come from, or anything like that. Now, I think that. So, given your personal experience, we grew up probably differently, probably way differently. I didn't grow up middle class. I grew up with, you got to go get whatever you want, and kids were kind of seen and not heard. And my family worked, and we weren't middle class at all. We weren't even close to middle class. So what I would say, what kind of personal why do you think that the personal experience you gained is going to be so influential, voting for this person that you've never met, you've only seen on television and through all these different sources handed down, blah, blah, and passed around? How do you think that that's going to be beneficial to any type of change in the world or in the country as a whole?
Do you think you fell out of a coconut tree? No. You came from you live in the context of a society.
Correct.
The society that exists around you is literally what shapes all of the interactions you have with all of these economic and political structures that you engage with. All of these things, that all the hardships that you and your family face, the fact that they need to have insurance or else they're fucked, which means that they need to spend like all this money, otherwise they'll be shackled with like hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical debt if something goes bad. The fact that that exists means that they have to spend hundreds of dollars a year or be rolling the dice constantly on whether or not they're gonna get some insane medical debt. This is political, strictly political. The quality of the schools that you attend, which set you up for the opportunities which you have later in life, the amount that the teachers actually give a shit, this is political. Every part of that is political. Literally, all of these things are completely based on politics and the political systems that we exist within.
Yeah, okay, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree.
Hi, fellow poor here. In regards to Ian's personal context being middle class, and asking them how they think that relates to how they can contribute, I guess, politically, societally, and whatnot, I don't really see how this would be necessarily relevant, because whether or not you have the resources to educate yourself is one thing. But now that you are an adult with access to technology, clearly, books, so many different things,
Right.
it is now your responsibility to educate yourself. And at the very least, when it comes to knowing about the people that you are going to be voting for or not voting for, accessing that information is no longer difficult. That's not a barrier that you have anymore. So it would be just as negligent, for me, someone who came from literal poverty, like homeless, sleeping out in front of churches, poverty, to now be 20 with the resources to educate myself, to be like, well, I was poor, so like, I wasn't really given the same history. Yeah, you and me both, but you do acknowledge that regardless, now that we have the opportunity to educate ourselves, that's our job as citizens.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $10 on
I'm
Venmo.
not-
W
I'm
Elizabeth in
not
the comment
denying
section.
that.
Appreciate it.
I'm not denying that at all. I think that the opportunity for education is real, but again, we probably grew up in two different, two different ways. I'm still experiencing poverty, actually every day. And I'm not going to get into specifics, just because, okay, I'll just say this. I recently just hit 1 year of sobriety, so I'm pretty new.
Yeah, good for you.
I'm pretty new into this right now, and I'm just now getting back into school. So, but growing up, I didn't have that opportunity, and I'm still pretty young. And so some people that I work with now, say that it's taken them years. This one lady I know, she had several different criminal convictions, but now she went back to school and got her master's degree. But if you would have asked her 10 years ago when she was 36 years old, whether or not she cared about politics, you know what her answer would have been? No. You know, and so and do you think that like that her chase during that time of like, you know, what she had going on in her life back then 10 years ago, her moral views, or not even moral views, her just views in general, and probably morals too, were way different, and what she wanted then was way different than what she wanted now.
Yeah, so the ability to get a master's degree in the first place is affected by politics. If you look at foreign countries like Australia, for example, it's a completely different mindset related to degrees. Going to school is not based on, or the decision to go to school is not based on whether or not you can afford it. It's whether or not you want to spend the time doing that. The decision comes down to that at its core. You don't need to be restricted by money as to whether or not you pursue degrees like this. There were alternative systems that exist that we could have in our country. So which system would you prefer? The one where the people who get to go to school are the people who have the money for school, and everyone else has to be shackled with a lifetime of debt if that's the path that they want to go on? Or would you rather have a system where anyone who has the capability to go to school and is willing to put in the time to go to school can go to school? Which system would you prefer? Also,
People who have the capability.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Huge W, Elizabeth, in the comment section. I
Period.
appreciate that. Yeah, if you want that system, there's a way to get it. Vote for progressive policies, vote for progressive senators, vote for progressive Congress people, vote for progressive presidents, vote for progressive representatives.
I agree with you, man, and I think it's something that I'm gonna have to brush up on myself. Like I said, I'm in a new journey right now, new journey of life, so it's something that I'll have to keep in mind and brush up more myself. I feel like personally, I have good personal experience. You know, if someone were to come to me about something, you know, I could give them personal experience and try to guide them in the best way that I possibly could. I feel like I have a lot to offer in that sense. As far as political knowledge, probably not so much, but it's something that I do listen to, and I see a lot of different political campaigns and people campaigning on my newsfeed and timeline and things like that, and I check it out. But like I said, I stay impartial because I don't think that the information I'm necessarily like seeing or watching all the time is necessarily true. I value face-to-face interaction and how somebody holds himself in a in-person conversation. I value that. So
Yeah. Do you have a computer nearby you, by any chance?
I don't have a computer. I just have my cell phone.
Damn. Well, what you should do, and it takes only
take
2
notes,
minutes,
though. I can take
register to
notes.
vote. You should get registered to vote. Go to vote.org and get registered to vote.
Registered to vote. I thought you were gonna have me look something up.
No, get registered to vote. You should vote. Voting is important.
I'll think about it, maybe.
Yeah, consider it.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks for your time, man.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on up here.
Oh, bye-bye.
Hey, thank you so much, Kimmy, for the corgi. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. Make sure you're dropping a follow. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older and that you're voting for Trump.
Thank you guys for the
Hello?
gifts. Also, do you want me to leave or?
You can stay if you want. It's up to you.
Oh yay! Okay, cool.
Nyla, how's it going?
Hi. Can you all hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Oh, that's a good question. Oh wait, that's the whole. Okay. Actually, no, I'm not. So I probably should get off here. I'm sorry.
All right.
I was
well,
joining a different live. My bad.
No, you're good. You're chilling. Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Ian Blah. Appreciate it. But yeah, W guest in the comment section. I do appreciate all these Harris voters out there. Good for y'all. What's up? How's it going?
Hey, Ian.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir. I just had a question.
Purdy, thank you so much. That's awesome. W Purdy in the comment section. Yeah, what's your question?
Yeah, do you happen to know Harry Sisson and Dean and Parker and these?
I know Dean and
influencers?
Parker. So I know I don't know what level of association. Like I've talked to Dean and Parker behind the scenes. I've never talked to Harry behind the scenes. I don't think he even follows me.
Okay, because it seems like I come across a lot of these liberal lives, and it seems to be the same thing each channel that I go to. Is it like a script you all follow? Is it like you put out emails and say, okay, today we're going to talk about this, and this is going to be our talking points, and everybody do this, and your checks will be in the mail? Is that how that works?
Certainly not.
No?
I'm not really sure who would be paying us.
Because it seems like to me that you all say the same thing, and your main talking point is you never support the candidate, you just hate Trump, hate Trump, hate Trump. That's all you guys do, and it's pretty pathetic, don't you think?
Not at all. No. I think that some people deserve to be hated. So I guess I have a question for you. Are you aware that Trump attempted to hold an insurrection against the US government?
Okay, that insurrection word, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Before January 6th, have you heard of that word?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
It's a made-up word. It did not
All words
happen.
are made up.
January
But
6th was
the word
not an
insurrection existed
insurrection.
long before. Let's look up the etymology.
Yeah.
What type of claim?
You guys still talk about January 6th? That is old bullshit news.
The fact
Go
that our
on.
government was
Move on
couped
to
or that there was an
something else.
attempt to coup our government is evergreen. It will always exist.
Oh, I have to disagree with you, man.
Wait, do you think the
absolutely
past
nonsense.
changes? Does the past change, guest?
Has anybody been charged with?
That's a yes or no
insurrection?
question. Does the past change?
I asked you, has anybody been charged with insurrection?
Does the past change? I'm not making a legal
You're not
claim
gonna
here.
answer my question?
The claim is not wait. My claim is not about legality because what the fact that Trump attempted an insurrection was brought against him, and you know what Trump's defense was?
Go ahead, tell me.
His defense was to go in front of the Supreme Court to deny literally no part of it. And all he said was, please give me immunity. He didn't deny that he engaged in insurrection. Instead, what he did was ask for immunity from prosecution.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
I just want you to do one thing for me. Get up off your chair, go look in the mirror, and look how ridiculous you look.
I
man.
look hot
I'm outta
as
here.
fuck right now. I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive. Get your ankles absolutely shattered. You will never debate again. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. Make sure you're dropping a follow as well. Drop in a follow to Sam. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian.
I fear only facts were spoken.
Hey, what's up, Luke? Oh, doxed?
Not much. That guy was pretty wild. This was, I think I had requested because there was the like discussion a long time ago about tax policy, so I'll head off now because I don't know if I have much relevant knowledge about, you looking in the mirror and feeling embarrassed. But,
That's funny. Yeah, gosh, I love nuanced dialectics.
That's
with
right. That's right.
Donald Trump supporters.
That's right. Very intelligent people.
Yeah, well, appreciate you coming up. Yeah, if you hear some econ stuff that you disagree with, feel free to come back up as we go to the very next guest. But again, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. What's up? How's it going, H Clears?
That's a bit of a beggish behavior, but anyway, bro.
Wait, are you voting for Trump?
I'm not even from America, bro, but I know
Yeah,
loads
okay,
about
I'm
it,
only
so-
looking to discuss with people who
yeah.
are voting for Trump. At the very least, they need to be like in America. I guess I'd talk to like an undecided voter, or like someone who's not voting, but at the very least, be in America. You need the capacity to vote.
Hello, sorry.
Are you from America?
I've got an American passport.
Do you live in America?
No, but I'm voting for Trump.
Are you a citizen of America?
Yes. Sorry, guys. I've got a
Okay.
bit of a cough.
How many senators do we have?
How many what?
How many senators do we have?
Okay, I don't know why this question's necessary.
Okay, well,
No,
because you're not an American citizen. That's why. You're not voting for.
Why this question is necessary?
What's up? How's it going, sports?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Why?
Well, I don't. I actually would want to ask you why you're voting for Kamala. Like, is it person or policy?
Oh, it's because her opponent attempted a coup on the U.S. government.
Okay, so and that's funny. Okay, so why is he still able to run?
Why is he still able to run? Because
so
he.
You think he really genuinely
because
attempted
he
a
got.
coup, and he still has 50% of Americans willing to vote for him.
Yeah, which is crazy, by the way. So I'll tell you why he's not legally. Wait, hold on.
It just shows you that what you're saying isn't true.
Hold on.
No, it just shows
do you know
you
what
you're
his?
saying isn't true.
Wait. When Trump was being prosecuted for attempting a coup, do you know what his defense was?
What?
He got in front of the Supreme Court, and do you know what he said?
What?
He didn't deny that he engaged in insurrection or that he held a coup. Instead, he begged them for prosecutorial immunity for all of it. Were you aware of that?
So explain to me.
Wait, that's yes. Wait, were you aware of that? That his defense
I
from being
exactly what you're
accused of
saying.
insurrection wasn't to deny it in court; it was to beg for immunity.
Okay, so now answer this question: what did he do? Like,
Yeah. So I'll break this down. So, are you aware that Trump slated 7 false sets of electors that he attempted to get them sent to the capital of 7 states, such that Mike Pence could select them on the day of January 6th.
And you have a source?
Wait, hold on. Yes, I do.
This?
Wait, are you interested in watching a video on this?
Well, we're kind of live, so I don't know if I'd have to turn.
Yeah, I can. That's no problem. That's no barrier. We can watch a video.
No,
if you don't believe, so the source for this is going to be Trump's lawyer, Mr. Eastman.
But
if you're interested,
if that's true, then I don't think it's his genuine lawyer, because attorney-client privilege states that he can't release anything publicly.
Certainly he can if he chooses to.
This
all came out via.
Trump would give permission to his lawyer. Attorney-client privilege states that attorneys cannot give any information to the public without consent from their client. If Donald Trump was okay with this information being out there, you really think he'd be okay with it if this is true?
Well, all this stuff got subpoenaed.
I understand that. It
I
doesn't.
don't. I don't think. Also, wait. What's the source that any of this is protected by attorney-client privilege? They were literally
anything in the court of law.
Hold on.
Anything to do with the lawyer, attorney-client privilege prevails.
Hold on. If you attempt a crime and you plot to do a crime with your lawyer, just because you're plotting to do a crime with your lawyer does not mean that that's protected by attorney-client privilege.
No. Of course, yeah, the lawyer can drop your client, and because he's having him commit fraud. His lawyer didn't want to commit fraud. Donald Trump.
Both of them together attempted to coup the U.S. government.
Okay.
Wait, but are you interested? Are you interested in watching a video about fake electors?
You want to just break it down?
Yeah, we can. So in the video, we watch a slate of fake electors with forged documents. 8 of them attempt to, it was 16 of them. 16 fake electors attempt to enter the Capitol. You can go to YouTube right now. Type false electors attempt to enter the Capitol. And do you know what they got charged with? 16 counts, including forgery of documents.
Are you trying to state that Trump sent those 16 people to?
Absolutely.
Where's your proof? Where's your proof?
Yes.
Where's your proof?
Because it is literally. He literally admits to it. He literally admits to it.
Trying to get
on his speech at the Ellipse. If you ever watched the speech at the Ellipse, he says that we all need to march down to the Capitol to encourage Mike Pence to select this fake slate of electors. Wait. So if Donald Trump wasn't in the know, then how did you know that these fake electors?
And you're connecting it to something else that has no correlation. Wait, follow me. You're grabbing something from left field.
Hold on.
Okay, wait, tell me I'm wrong.
How did Trump know about these fake electors if he wasn't in the know? How did he know about these before it happened?
How are you saying he knew about it before it happened?
Because he literally talks about it in a speech.
He said we need to go to the Capitol. He never said we need to get fake people to go to the Capitol with fake identification and try to enter. He never said that. Let's
He
be honest here.
does.
You're
Says that
taking something
Mike
from
Pence
left
needs to
field.
select this
You're
slate of
taking something from
electors.
left field, and you're saying that it has to pertain to this when it doesn't. When it doesn't, be truthful. You're on here talking to 1,300 people. Don't
Let's
say it's a
just
fact
chill
that he
out.
did that when it's not.
Wait, and I agree we can grandstand while you flail and flounder, but let's get
Flail
back
and
to the
flounder,
facts of the
okay.
matter.
So
The
wait, so
facts of
tell
the
me
matter
what I'm
are
saying
in
is
the
wrong.
speech. Okay, yeah. So
Okay,
what
so
I
wait, follow me. Let me say something.
wait, hold on. You've been talking quite a bit.
No,
so
I
let's
haven't.
just
I
chill
think I
out.
talked over. Let
But
me say something.
we got a yapping Yolanda. Yolanda. We got a yapping
Figure out your
Yolanda,
wording. Figure out your
Yolanda over
wording.
here.
Are you ready? Can I speak now?
Oh, you've been speaking this entire
You're
time.
grabbing something from
Wait,
out of
are
left
you
field.
ready to shut the hell up for just a moment?
Dude, I'm literally
So
just trying to
the
make a
way we
point.
know that Trump knew about this is because one, as much as confirmed in the January 6th indictments, the committee on the matter, all the hearings about it, which you haven't read a single word of.
That's not true.
Have you read it?
Yeah, I read some of it, not all of it.
You've read some of it. How much have you read?
The first couple paragraphs, and then I was.
Gotcha. The first couple of paragraphs.
Yes.
Grimlock, thank you so much for the $5 on Cash App. The fact of the matter, and Trump doesn't deny this or dispute this at all. This was the thing that Trump was charged with, to which, again, his defense was, I can't be prosecuted criminally. He doesn't deny any of the facts that I'm putting forth. What he does is beg for immunity.
Okay, well, let's go somewhere else. All right.
Wait. No, let's stay
Okay,
right
we can
here.
stay here.
Why
Let's
are
keep
you
going.
voting for a? Wait. Do you value voting as a part of our political process?
100%. Every American.
Yeah. So then, how can you vote for someone who, in 2021, on January 6th, attempted to take voting away from everyone?
That's not true. That would
Yes, it
never happen.
is. If you send in fake
That would
electors,
never happen.
if you send in fake electors, you are attempting to invalidate the votes
Oh my
of
God.
everybody.
You think Are you joking? You think Trump purposely orchestrated specific people to do this?
Yes.
Okay, so
It is literally admitted
so you
by
wanna
his
say,
lawyer.
So you want to say this?
Yes.
So what do you think about Kamala and the Biden administration?
Wait, let's not pivot away.
No,
Let's
we're
not
not
pivot
pivoting.
to
We're
something
staying
else. You
directly
are
on the same
pivoting. You're doing a
topic.
whataboutism.
No, I'm not. I'm saying what about
You're
them?
your sentence
They're
started with
letting
what
in-
about Kamala? You're trying to run from the fact that you're voting for a traitor.
Well, we're having a debate on two different.
You are
politicians.
voting for a traitor. Admit it.
You are voting
Admit
for
that you're
somebody
voting for a
letting
traitor.
in people from the other countries.
Admit
to get
that
more
you're voting
votes
for
on
a
her
traitor.
side.
We can talk about whatever you want to talk about as soon as you admit you're voting for a traitor.
So tell me, how is he a traitor if he's running for our president candidate in our
He
country?
is a traitor who is running for office.
How?
Because he's not restricted from doing so, because he has apparently full immunity for anything he does that he's not impeached for.
Are you? I can't tell if you're being serious or not. You genuinely think Donald Trump has the worst intentions for this country?
I think that Donald Trump created seven
you're-
false slates
if
of
he's a
electors.
traitor, that means you have
Hold
the worst
on.
intentions.
That's fine. So what I do think is that Donald Trump created 7 fake slates of electors, which he then sent down on January 6th and pressured Mike Pence first with words and then violence to select these fake electors and subvert the will of the American people.
Well,
That's
correct
what
me
I
if I'm
think.
wrong. You guys ensued violence when shooting multiple shots at our president.
Who shot those shots? What party were they a part of?
Democratic parties.
They sure weren't. The one
so
guy
you're
was
telling me-
literally a registered The first guy was a registered Republican. Second guy also a registered. I think he was an independent, but his most recent support.
to the Democratic Party.
Hold
Seems
on,
convenient.
hold on. The second guy, he was a supporter of I think Nikki Haley and like Vivek Ramaswamy. That was his last supported. And I don't know if you know this. Those people are. Say it with me. Republicans. He's a Republican supporter.
I'm aware of who Vivek is, and so you genuinely think somebody that's made past donations to the Democratic Party multiple times is a Republican?
He's literally a registered Republican. And these donations are from someone who shares the same name as him, but is not him.
Oh, so what if it's somebody else that registered as a Republican, but
No,
isn't
because we
him?
know that we know
but
the
we know
specific
this, but
county
we
that
don't know
this
that.
person
We know
lived
that
in
he
and
made
registered
donations.
in.
Dude, okay, so explain this, right? The people that back Hama do all their fund
Did what?
link to a company. Can you hear me?
Say it
The
again.
people that are linked with Kamala and fund her entire campaign is a company called BlackRock. Okay. They help fund her campaign. Listen, no, follow me.
Wait. Do they
Don't
fund her
smile.
entire campaign, or do they just help fund her campaign? Which one is it?
They help fund her campaign. They can't.
And are you saying
entirely
that they
fund it.
don't help fund Trump's campaign?
No, Trump funds his own campaign.
Oh, let's wait. So there's no way to donate to Trump?
There is, of course, he's going to take donations, but is it wrong that he uses most of his money to run his campaign? Right or wrong? Right or wrong?
I'm unaware with the facts of the matter.
Okay, so follow me with this. BlackRock donating to Kamala Harris has somebody that's been in their commercials in multiple other videos.
BlackRock has literally donated to Donald Trump. It's on opensecrets.org.
Okay, yeah, opensecrets.org. That sounds very trustful if you ask me, but okay.
Wait, you don't know opensecrets.org? Really?
I haven't used that website, no.
It's literally just a tracker for who is donating to what.
And is it
how are you going to talk about this issue if you're not unfamiliar with opensecrets.org?
Unfortunately, opensecrets.org has zero to do with policy or person.
It does. You didn't even know this website. How can you make these claims?
You just told me what it is.
Yeah, it follows the money. It follows who is donating to which political candidates.
I said policy or people.
Yeah, it follows which group is donating to which candidate.
And policy is what they stand for. I said that's the website has nothing to do with that. That's why
Well,
it
follows no, actually, who is funding. If you're the one who brought up funding, then this would be very pertinent to the concept of funding because their donations go directly into their campaigns. So
yeah, let's read the mission statement together. So Open Secrets. Wait, because Open Secrets is a nonpartisan, independent, and nonprofit. Open Secrets is the nation's premier research group tracking money in U.S. politics and its effects on elections and public policy. Our mission is to track the flow of money in American politics and provide the data and analysis to strengthen democracy.
So you just exactly said what I said. It doesn't follow.
And I agree that we can like posture as if any of this agrees with you and doesn't just completely tear your point in half. What this indicates is that it actually does provide all the data you claim that it doesn't provide.
I said it doesn't provide anything on the person or policy. It provides who's donating.
It does. Well, it provides the effects on public policy.
So the donations are affected by the I'm confused at where you're going with that.
You're confused that public policy is affected by the donations that candidates receive. You're confused.
No. I'm telling you right now.
You're confused that when somebody gives a candidate a lot of money, that there might be a relation with that candidate passing favorable policy. That's confusing to you.
Who's Kamala's top donators then? Let's go there. Let's see what kind of influence it has over her.
Who is Kamala Harris's top donator?
And who is Trump's? Probably most likely himself. But let's mentally masturbate for a little bit. See who has a better donator. Come on.
If we look it up, the first website that comes up is opensecrets.org.
Oh, perfect. Your favorite
contributor Alphabet Inc. So Google, University of California, Microsoft.
Oh, wait. Google. The people that they pressured into censoring Trump. Somebody that came out and said they pressured them into censoring him.
Wait, so first of all, do you have any evidence that these two things are connected?
Mark Zuckerberg came out and said that they were pressured.
Do you think which company do you think Alphabet controls? Which website? What website do you think Mark Zuckerberg is the head of?
He's the head of Meta, which is Facebook and Instagram. Okay, and there has been straight people from Google have stated that they were pressured as well as Mark Zuckerberg. They were at the same time.
Does Alphabet Inc. own Facebook?
I'm unaware.
No.
Okay, thanks for the answer. That's not what I was saying. Is it true that Mark Zuckerberg came out and publicly stated that Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party, not Kamala Harris,
is it true that you're pivoting away from the point that you're trying to? So wait, because I just want to trace. Hold on, I want to trace how far you've run from your own point. The gaps in your logic. So you asked me who the top donators are. I said Alphabet Inc., aka Google, the company that owns Google. And to which hold on. To which your response was, aren't these the people who suppressed Trump? No.
So does it not make sense that Google that has stated that they were pressured?
Google doesn't own Facebook. Good try.
Let me finish, please, without cutting me off, and then maybe you'd understand what I'm trying to say. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that makes sense to you. But Google and Facebook, so Facebook and Instagram were pressured into this, and people from Google said at the same time they were part of the pressuring for Instagram and Facebook to censoring them. The Democratic
Source?
Party
Wait, source?
censored. Go ahead, look it up.
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
It's
Nothing's
everywhere.
coming up.
So what do you search up? Because you
I
looked it up
searched
already.
Trump. I searched Trump pressured, or like Google pressured to censor Trump.
No, so yeah, if you look into it, the Google's search engine.
Give me the source. Give me the name of a source.
God, dude, you're not letting me speak. I can't. I'm on my phone. I can't go search something up right now. I'm not. I can't.
Yeah, take 5 seconds. Take 60 seconds and go give me a source.
Okay, so you let me right back in.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, wait. So you can just stay on the page while we wait.
So it stays in if I slide off the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Thank you so much for that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
July 31st. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's the name? What's the website?
MarshallSenate.gov.
MarshallSenate.gov.
Senator Marshall leads an investigation into Google's.
Yeah, leads the investigation. So what's the results of the investigation?
Hey, so don't you think that since already Mark Zuckerberg came out publicly
Wait, do
stating,
you think investigation equals guilt?
Oh, well, with Trump you do.
No, I certainly don't. I think the
'cause
facts indicate guilt.
It seemed like the entire Democratic Party already wrote him off as guilty as soon as the court
No, well,
started.
so first of all,
am I wrong?
the reason why
Now
I
you're
think
pivoting. Now
hold
you're
on.
pivoting. Let's go back to where I
Wait,
was.
what do you think a pivot is?
Going from one thing to another. We were just directly
No,
talking
a
about
pivot isn't going from one thing to another. It's when you go to a completely new argument. You can go to different points in the same argument, and it's not a pivot. You're
told me to
confused.
correlate Google and Facebook with censorship of President Trump. I am directly. Don't you think? Let's use process of elimination. Okay, so there's one outcome. Google's not doing it. The other one is Google is doing it and censoring Trump. Okay, we have somebody almost just as big as Google that over probably 90% of American citizens have Instagram or Facebook. Okay, they were pressured directly into censoring Trump. Doesn't it logically make sense to if they're doing it, a company this size, wouldn't Google be? Or does that not make sense?
Okay, first
so
of
where
all,
are you going with that?
I'm still
and
first
there's
of
an
all.
active investigation going on into
Wait,
it.
can
So
I
what does
can
that
I
mean?
answer the question, or do you want to keep
Well, I
yapping?
was trying to. Well, to be
Well,
fair,
wait.
that
So
wasn't
because
a question,
you
Ian.
so wait, yeah, you asked a question, but
I wasn't
I'm still
finished.
interested. Wait, what's the specific? What's the source name again, and what's the title of the article?
www.
Marshall spell. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Marshall.
Can you hear me?
When you teacup, we can't hear you. You have to remember it and then come back.
Yeah, what's the Marshall then what?
Marshall.senate.gov.
Senate.gov. Doc Marshall, U.S. Senator for Kansas. And which article am I looking at? I can't hear you if you're off the app, by the way. I can't hear you if you're.
I'm back. 1 second. So okay. I'm trying.
What's the article name? Let's hear it.
Senator Marshall leads investigation into Google censorship of Donald Trump.
Senator Marshall leads investigation into censorship of Donald Trump. And what has resulted from this investigation?
I haven't read the link. You haven't given me. I mean, I was just. You told me to go find a source. I searched up the word.
A source that proves that Google did it, my boy.
Did it? Okay. What I said was Instagram, Facebook, and there's an active investigation going on into Google. Does that not correlate? I'm telling you, how would it not make sense the biggest social media platforms in the world are being pressured and were pressured into doing this, which they did.
What's the evidence in the investigation?
With the Google one?
Yes.
I'm telling you.
What is the evidence that Google specifically has censored?
If you would like me to go find the evidence, I can, and I'll be right back.
Go and find the evidence that
Thanks.
Google has engaged in censorship.
In the first paragraph, there is direct proof that search engines that had to do with Trump were censored.
What's the direct proof?
Go read it. You have your computer right next to you.
Yeah, let's read the first sentence.
The paragraph.
The first paragraph. Well, so okay, we can read the first paragraph.
Yeah, thank you.
Today, U.S. Senator Roger Marshall, MD, damn, they're just giving MDs to anyone. Sent a letter to Sundar Pichai, Chief Executive Officer of Google, demanding answers for his company's suppression of search terms related to the assassination attempt against President Trump on July 13th. So just because what's the evidence that this actually happened?
So if you have somebody that let's do this. Somebody that's a chief executive officer at Google.
Wait. You said it was in the first paragraph. Where's the evidence? I'm still looking for it.
I am telling you, let me finish speaking, please. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
like you're not
go for it. And will it be related to the first paragraph that you just had me read out, or was reading the first paragraph irrelevant?
So again, read the guy's title of position at Google. What does the guy? What does he do? So what position is he?
Which guy?
In the first paragraph, you just read it. Read it again.
So sent to Sundar Pichai. Pichai?
What position is he?
Let's find out.
It said in the first paragraph, I think.
Chief Executive Officer of Google.
Perfect. So CEO, right?
So wait, just because you send a letter to someone accusing them of guilt doesn't mean that they're guilty.
No, but
do you not understand?
The CEO.
You can just so you know, you can send a letter to literally anybody you want, accusing them of literally anything you want.
The CEO is not going to accuse his own company of something that's not true, don't you think? It's the CEO of Google. He's not.
Wait. Marshall sent a letter to the CEO of Google accusing him.
Yeah.
You can send a letter accusing to anyone, accusing them of anything.
What's his response?
It's not in the first paragraph. Which paragraph are we looking for? What was his response?
Let's see.
Wait. Do you not know?
I'm telling you, the Google.
Wait, do you not know what his response was?
To my knowledge, I don't think he did respond.
Based in Giga Chad. So it outlines the. Yeah, wait, so there's no response that's given. We don't know if there was no response at all, but why are you bringing it up?
Because
do you think pleading the fifth makes someone guilty?
What do you say?
Do you think pleading the fifth makes someone guilty?
So if your hands are covered in blood, but you plead the fifth and somebody next
so that's evidence. That's what you don't have.
No,
again,
but
you can accuse anyone of anything. You can accuse anyone of anything, and the fact that they don't respond to the accusation doesn't make them guilty.
We're going to take the argument. I would have came on here with proof of Google doing this. I came on here. This is not the direction I thought.
I'm sorry that you didn't come up with enough evidence.
No, I mean, to be fair, you don't have evidence proving that it didn't.
But it's not my burden to prove. Like I can say, wait, can you give me? I could create an elaborate accusation against you that when you were like the age of 2, you assassinated Archduke Franz Ferdinand and then like falsified your birth certificate.
Innocent until proven guilty. I get it.
Innocent until proven guilty. Wait. So then the burden of proof does flow that way.
Exactly. That's what I'm agreeing.
Yeah. So it's still your burden. So it is. So then you agree that it's your burden to prove.
Yes, I do.
All of your claims. So then prove them.
You know,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna find proof for you. Give me.
Yeah. Let's do it. Purdy, thank you so much. Appreciate that. That's awesome. W Purdy in the comment section. But if you want to support the stream, then Venmo's allegedly-ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Keep on double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to, I don't know, call it like 130K. Make sure you're sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. If you really, really want to. Make sure you're dropping a follow as well. Mew, thank you so much. Appreciate that. But yeah, while we wait, how long is it gonna take for us to get even a shred of evidence? Probably a while. Let's put in our predictions now. If I'm a guessing individual, I'd probably guess that this guest is going to come back with nothing, but we'll see. Or at least something that falls through very easily. But keep on double tapping on that screen. You just got to double tap and fill up that bar like 1, 2, or 3 times. That's really all it takes while we wait for the guest to return. Sam, how's it going? What's up with you?
It's going well. I think I might have found a response actually. Also, this food is fucking delicious. People were asking what it is. It's Chinese food. But anyway. Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, what's the source? Let's hear it.
Have you found something?
Breitbart.com. You're muted. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah.
No, so if you search it up, Google said that it was in place things that were in place to protect political violence. So when people would go search up Trump assassination attempt, the search engine that it was like pushed. It wasn't there. It was hidden, and Google chalked it up to censorship that they had on political violence. Is that not?
What's the source for this?
Give me 30. APnews.com.
AP News. Gotcha. Okay. AP News. What's the article? Because this seems like it's just coming down to algorithm rather than any intentional choice that anybody's actually made.
Oh, so you're saying that
As a matter
their
of fact,
algorithm was made to censor Trump? Is that what you just said?
No, that the
you just
algorithm
said
was
that the
made
algorithm was
to
made-
censor like political violence.
This is really childish as fuck. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
you
read
too, Sam.
directly. Yeah, I didn't ask. Anyway, I'm gonna read directly from the Doc Marshall website, so you can calm down. Thanks. Background. So it tells us here on August 12th, Google's Vice President of Government Affairs for the US and Canada, Mark Azakowitz, replied to Senator Marshall's letter stating that Google systems are designed to prohibit autocomplete suggestions for hypothetical political violence against current figures.
So
In the
you're saying it was a
aftermath of the
hypothetical that
horrific
Trump got
events.
shot at?
No, this is why I keep telling you you're being immature. Can I at least finish reading
was that
from the
immature?
website that you provided? Because you're extrapolating about something I didn't even get to finish reading yet. And this is from your source.
But you
Can
just
I have a few seconds?
go ahead. Yep, keep reading.
Thanks. Thank you. Anyway, for hypothetical political violence against current figures. In the
I would just
aftermath
like
of
to
the
state
horrific
that
events.
what happened with Trump wasn't
In the
hypothetical.
aftermath of the horrific events in Butler, PA, thanks. These systems were still in place and predictions related to the assassination attempt failed to appear. Google recognizes that these out-of-date systems led to an inadequate user experience. So basically, when you look certain things
They
up,
acknowledge that they censored Trump.
Wait, so could
No.
you summarize back to us what the quote censorship is?
The censorship of the
Yeah, and in what
assassination
way?
attempt.
What specifically? What part of it was censored? At what step in the trying to look it up was it censored?
I'm so. Did you just hear her?
Yeah, but I want to hear it from you just to make sure we're on the same page.
I think we are. We just listened to the same woman speak.
Yeah. Wait. So can you just like say?
so then
Can you
what
run
was
it
the
back
part
if
that
you were
was
listening?
censored?
You just said they censored the assassination attempt because they chalked it up to
What
it being
part?
hypothetical.
What
what
part
way?
of the search
Read it
was
again.
censored?
Wait, you weren't
So
listening.
you don't know.
You weren't listening.
I wasn't.
Summarize it back. Wait,
You
wait,
guys
wait,
are
wait,
honestly
wait.
funny.
You,
This
wait,
is-
wait, wait. You weren't
you're
listening.
not-
Wait, summarize it back.
So
If you
what
were
was it
listening,
then?
summarize
No,
it back.
You know what it is.
You weren't
know what it
listening.
is. You're trying to see if we're on the
You
same
weren't
page. What
listening.
is
Wait,
it?
summarize it back.
No, you. Yeah.
Literally
Google
weren't
stated-
listening.
No, I am because Google stated.
In one ear,
So
out
what
the other.
was
Then
it?
If you're
summarize
gonna
it
let me
back.
speak or keep speaking.
Yeah,
I
go
don't
for
know.
it. Yeah, let's do
All right,
it.
come on, Harry Potter. Let me talk.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is Google said they stated our systems censored the assassination attempt because they thought it was under hypotheticals and it wasn't. They say their systems were out of date. Is what they
So
said.
you weren't listening. Cute. The part that was censored
Cute.
was the autocomplete responses.
Yes.
The
You could
auto-
still find all of this information. It all showed up if you typed in President Trump assassination.
true.
It's just it
It
is.
said, I read it to you verbatim.
Read it again.
It said, okay.
You weren't listening. Let's try to put our
Right.
listening ears on this time.
Yeah. On August
funny.
12th,
I like it.
Google's Vice President of Government Affairs for the US and Canada, Mark I, replied to Senator Marshall's letter stating that, and this is where you really need to pay attention, Google's systems are designed to prohibit autocomplete suggestions for hypothetical political violence against current figures. In the aftermath of the horrific events in Butler, PA, these systems were still in place and predictions related to the attempt failed to appear. Google recognizes that these out-of-state systems led to an inadequate user experience.
Okay,
So if you were to type
what you were
in
just said,
Trump, anyway, before, because I feel like we don't have it established yet that if I'm in the middle of speaking, you let me finish and then you speak. So as I was saying, because you didn't listen to me the first time.
I would give you that respect if it was reciprocated, but it's not.
Yeah, it was actually. I allowed you to
what
speak.
You're gonna give.
It was
so
fine.
if I'm gonna be able to speak, I'll give you your respect.
Okay, you can't respond to something I haven't finished saying.
Yeah, and you
so
guys
if you
can't
could
talk
allow me
over
to
someone that's
finish
trying to have
because
a debate.
you couldn't summarize
Are
what
you
I
guys in
told you back
college?
to you.
Do you guys go to
Wait,
college?
wanna
So
bet?
anyway-
Yeah, keep going, Sam.
Like I was saying, thank you, Ian. If you were to type in,
Oh, I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive. Get your ankles absolutely shattered. You will never debate again.
poor baby. But yeah, if you were to type in Trump assassination attempt and you hit enter, everything is still gonna come up. The only thing that was quote unquote censored is when you first type in a word and Google gives you suggestions of what to search up, that wasn't coming up. You could still press enter and get the exact same results that you would have otherwise. So, cry, I guess.
True. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I bet guest right now is playing with like the fucking door stopper in the corner of his room. Tears in his eyes.
Fiddling with that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, poor baby. Oh.
Yeah, let's get some baby bottles in chat. But yeah, no, thanks for that, Sam. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Make sure you're following both Sam and myself if you never want to miss these debates in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio, and with that, we'll go to the very next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going, bro?
Good. How about yourself? How are you guys doing today?
Doing well. Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Okay. Why?
Give me 1 second here. I'm getting sat down so we can have our debate. Just give me 2 seconds. All right, I'm ready.
Yeah, gotta pull the script on. No, I'm kidding. Yeah.
So first of all, I'm here for peaceful debate. I consider myself an independent, but I'm trying to vote for the best person that I feel better suits the American people. So that's where my vote is coming from.
Yeah.
Before we get into the debate, would you guys like to exclude anything pertaining to COVID?
What do you mean by that?
Well, so like for instance, the unemployment rate in 2020 was 14.7%. But we could agree as a whole that that was solely due to the shutdown of the country.
So you mean like exclude things that COVID might have affected?
Well, no, not necessarily that COVID affected, but okay. So here's my point. So
Wait, so you mean just like take that year out of Trump's presidency?
No, not at all. I'm talking about. Okay, so this is what I mean. For instance, if we look at Trump's administration and the Biden administration, and the only reason I'm talking about the Biden administration is because Harris is a part of the Biden administration. If we look at policies passed, right? So we go to Trump, and partisan policies cost our country $1.9 trillion, while bipartisan policies cost our country $6.5 trillion under Trump. Now, a lot of that, 3.25 trillion of that, was directly COVID relief related. So what I'm asking you is, when it comes to talking about some of these specific numbers, do you want to keep anything like that out so that we don't have to resort back and say, oh, well, that was because of COVID and this is why that happened?
I think it just like really depends because it depends on what your points are. Because one point that I hear quite frequently is that like all these wars started under Biden, but of course that's going to take into account that Biden didn't like cause these and Kamala didn't cause these.
I'm not even here to debate the war, sir. So
yeah. So I guess it just depends on your points.
Okay. Well, so starting there, like I said, a partisan vote for Trump's policies added 1.9 trillion, where bipartisan added 6.5 trillion, and 3.25 of that 6.5 trillion was bipartisan vote for COVID relief. But if we look at the Biden administration on partisan policies passed, the party, not he, the party itself added 3 trillion, where his bipartisan passing policies were only 1.3 trillion. So if you look at the grander scope of things, if we're going to blame an administration for adding more deficit to our nation's debt, the Harris Biden administration technically added more partisan debt to our deficit.
Why do I care about partisan debt? I mean, if we look at the facts of the matter, didn't Trump outspend Biden on the deficit like 2-1?
Well, but again, 6.5 trillion of that was bipartisan, meaning both parties voted that in. So you can't just blame Trump.
But it happened under Trump. Like, I mean, Trump supported it. Like,
I don't deny that Trump supported it, but it was still bipartisan.
yeah, but if all you're claiming is that, like, well, we need to vote for the president who's going to do less deficit spending,
No,
then
that's just
Trump
one of the,
Trump
that's just
did
one of the points that I'm
so
bringing.
much deficit spending, like twice the amount that Biden did.
But he didn't, because his partisan, meaning the one party who voted it in, they only did 1.9 trillion. So that's the point I'm trying to make. We as a whole, or we as a country, are blaming this $8.4 trillion solely on Trump, but 6.5 trillion of that was bipartisan. It wasn't just him. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, and this is a friend of mine. He knows much more about economics than I do. But Luke, do you have
Yes,
something to contribute?
yeah, there's a couple things that I'd want to point out. One thing is that I'm not in general a fan of this sort of like deficit hawkery, sort of football passing politically. But if what we're concerned about is economic concerns, it's sort of mind blowing to me that somebody who's interested in interested in economic concerns would support Trump. I'm just super unsure why you think that Trump's going to be better for the economy if that's the point you're trying to make.
Well, I mean, if you would like to move away from the deficit addition of both parties, we could look at the inflation rate. And from 2017 to 2020, our inflation was 2.13%. In 2017 and 2018, it was 2.4%. 2019, it was 1.8%. But in 2020, it dropped back down to 1.2% inflation. However, in 2021, we see a massive spike of 4.7%. And then in 2022, we're at 8%.
So there's a couple things. Firstly, right, if we're concerned about inflation, I think we should be significantly more concerned about the tariff plan under Trump, right, which would be one of the most like radically inflationary policies imaginable, right? But secondly, I'm pretty unconvinced that this is due to monetary or fiscal policy done by Biden. We see similar rates of inflation across the world. It doesn't seem like this is something unique to U.S. policies. It seems like this is something that's actually just driven by a shift in broader supply chain crises and a shift in the composition of demand.
Okay, so what is your correlation to the what's the correlation in the inflation rates from 2017 to 2020 and from 2021 to 2024?
Broad supply chain issues, right? Like again, what policy do you think that Biden passed that you think caused this inflation?
What and for what year?
Answer. The inflation that you're discussing, right? Any of them, yeah.
Well, and so most people would actually say that the inflation from 2021 to 2024 is due to Trump. But my argument for that would be because of his policies, right? Because it takes at least 4 years for policies to enact, 10 years total. But okay, so then my rebuttal for that would be, well, in 2022, if we're still under Trump policy and we were at an 8% inflation rate, we're currently sitting at a 2.5. So could you not make the argument that his policies actually lowered inflation and didn't raise inflation?
I don't think so. I don't think that I think that broadly what happened is we fixed the supply chain issues that were causing inflation broadly, right? Again, I don't know what causal explanation you're giving here. Like you're just sort of pointing to the numbers and going, look at these numbers. What I'm looking for is a causal explanation for why it is that we believe that this inflation is due to any policy choice by Biden, or that the reduction in inflation is due to any policy choice by Trump.
Well, so I never once said that the inflation rate was caused by the Biden administration. What I said was, if you look at the numbers for inflation under both administrations, what is the correlation to it being so much higher from 2021 to 2024 than it was from 2017 to
Right.
2020?
Yeah, we had
But if you
like
don't
super
think it
broad
was
supply chain
caused by the
issues. Yeah.
Biden administration, then why would it be brought up as a concern?
Yeah, it seems like what's much more important
I'm
is
not bringing what.
causation rather than correlation.
Well, but it's direct correlation. What is the correlation? Why are we seeing so much lower inflation numbers from
Yeah, because we've
2017 to
fixed
2020?
broader supply chain issues.
Yeah, but what issues were there? That's what I'm asking.
Well, there was a pretty rapid shift in demand after COVID, and then there was also a bunch of stuff going on around the world that caused supply shocks to our already super brittle supply chains that have been calming down, and we've firms have been finding sort of alternative ways to supply their goods, right? It depends on the individual supply issue, right? But broadly, my broad belief is that most of this inflation is supply chain driven. I'm also just super unsure, again, if we're concerned about inflation, why Trump would be even in the universe of consideration given the tariff plan.
Well, so and I was actually gonna pivot to that because you had mentioned that when I was first talking about the inflation. Do you pronounce your name Charsky, by the way, just in case I want to
Yeah. Sure,
address you?
yeah.
Okay. So my question to you is, if we're so concerned about these tariff plans, why hasn't the Biden-Harris administration thus far taken away any of the tariffs that Trump initially set?
Yeah, so there's a couple things. One is that the sort of tariffs that Trump is proposing now are just like worlds apart from the sort of tariffs that he enacted before, right? Like this would be like Trump the other day proposed a 200% tariff on importing foreign cars, which would be just, again, so radically inflationary to the car market. It's like hard to imagine, right? So it's important to point out that these are orders of magnitude different, right? But secondly, the reason that they've done this is because it's part of a broader sort of strategy of the pivot to Asia. They're trying to sort of wage the trade war on China and undermine China's position in the global economy. And because they're not going to see political consequences from the economic consequences of these tariffs, they haven't repealed them, right? But again, like the fact that they've kept some of these, in comparison, tiny tariffs that Trump enacted during his disastrous trade war with China doesn't really indicate to me that these insane tariffs that Trump is proposing aren't going to be radically inflationary.
Okay, and so I can somewhat agree with a little bit of what you're saying, because I do not feel that a universal tariff of, what did he say, 28%, I think is what it was?
He's been shifting the number around because I'm unconvinced that he knows what a tariff is, quite frankly, but he's been, depending on what day it is, he says a different number, which is not the sort of person I want in charge of our trade policy. But
and so I can completely agree with you that a universal tariff on all imports and exports of goods is probably not a good thing. However, when you're talking about a tariff on automobile production, the automobile in America, those corporations are massively a big part of our economy. So if he's putting a tariff, let's say on, did you say it was China for imports?
I believe that the one he proposed, again, it's hard to get good things on this because he just says different things every day because he's economically illiterate.
Okay.
But
I thought you had mentioned it was Asia or someplace of that nature.
Yeah, he said broadly that he was going to put a 200% tariff on importing foreign cars.
So could we not concede that maybe putting that tariff on imported cars would then bring the manufacturing back to the United States, which would allow those companies to employ Americans and more jobs, higher pay, because they have to pay Americans?
But that's an empirical question, right? So we have to look at the empirical evidence surrounding the effectiveness of these sorts of protectionist policies, and it just doesn't seem like in industrialized countries that don't have infant industries they're trying to protect, that these policies really do increase employment in the relevant industries by anywhere near the degree that they would need to in order to offset the insane increase in the price of these goods, right? So that's an open empirical question, but every piece of empirical evidence I've ever seen on the subject seems to indicate that it doesn't have a commensurate increase in employment rates.
Okay. I would have to educate myself on that, so I can't deny that.
Wait, can I ask you what kind of car do you drive, if you feel comfortable sharing?
Yeah, I drive a Toyota.
Interesting. Do you want parts for that Toyota to be double the price, or sorry, triple the price?
Well, but there's Toyota manufacturing in the United States.
Right, but a lot of those parts are imported, right? Like
I would
when I
assume.
go to,
I don't know. I would assume.
yeah, I mean, when I go to, I'm not like a huge car guy, but I try to, when I go to try to fix stuff, most of that stuff isn't, those parts aren't labeled made in the USA typically, right? And I would prefer those not to be 3 times more expensive.
Yeah, also, so even if there are like plants or like there's parts available in the United States, and correct me if I'm wrong because I'm like new to economics, but wouldn't this cause like just insane problems for supply insofar as
Oh
there's
yeah.
like this amount that costs like this much, and then there's like this amount elsewhere all around the world that costs like 3 times as much?
Yeah, it'd be pretty destabilizing as far as I understand, but
You mean the universal tariffs would be destabilizing?
well, the
This
universal
car
tariffs
tariff.
would be, but also the car tariff specifically would be destabilizing because, along the supply chain, right? Even if it's, overall manufactured in the U.S., it's still, getting other car supplies. It's usually like sort of secondary manufacturing that occurs in the United States. So there's still going to be even the small portion of cars and car parts that are manufactured in the United States still rely on foreign car manufacturing in order to produce the cars that they're able to produce, right? So this would still have an effect on even the small portion of car manufacturing that occurs in the US, right? So I'm just super curious why this would be even like on the table if we're concerned about inflation. Like why this would even be a question.
Well, so I mean, I wasn't questioning the tariffs because honestly, I know what a tariff is and how a tariff works. However, I do not. I will sit here and tell you I do not know every country that America currently has a tariff on. Like I just don't know. So
Sure,
and as far as your car tariff goes, and it's just my personal opinion. I'm not saying that this is an opinion of everybody. Although you may be right, it may skyrocket the price of cars coming into the United States. On the flip side of that, I feel that it's a good thing because we would be bringing manufacturing back to the States, meaning that we would then be employing more Americans to make those cars, those car parts, which would then cause more jobs, which would then raise the
Right, but
economy.
that's an empirical.
That's what I wanted to touch on because I don't know if this is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Charsky, but if it's at all like the textile industry, manufacturing with every single part that you use during the manufacturing process being domestic, the prices for factories making all the parts, sourcing the labor for that, in the United States and only the United States, at least at the beginning, would be remarkably expensive. Not only for the companies that are sourcing the items used to make the parts, but also for people that are, oh, thank you so much. That's so kind. Thank you. But also for the people that are making or sourcing rather, like the minerals and whatnot in the first place. So this would be expensive on both the part of the consumer and also on the part of the companies that would be selling these cars to the consumer. Whether or not that expense would end up evening out is another thing altogether. But at the start, this would just be terrible for the middle class, if anything.
Yeah, but how long would we actually be? Not how long. How soon, in your opinion, would a tariff like this affect the middle class? Are we talking day one he puts this tariff on the cars and we're seeing an inflation rate from day number one? Or is this something that 4 years from now when a different administration comes in, we're then just going to see the inflation of the cars?
Well, with something like one of the unique things about trade policy is that we do see more immediate effects because it is actually just like concretely making importing things more expensive. And trade policy is the empirical research on this is, at least as far as I've seen, pretty consistent in saying that trade policy is actually something that affects prices way more quickly than fiscal or monetary policy. So you'd actually see if this is anything like any of these other things, like we can base it somewhat on the Trump's attempted trade war with China, right? And we'd see that there's a pretty immediate increase in prices because again, companies just are way more reactive to changes in trade policy than they are to changes in a bunch of other sorts of policy, right? So my understanding is the empirical evidence would lead us to believe that it would have a pretty quick effect.
Okay. And I'm by no means trying to pivot, but again, when it comes to tariffs, I mean, again, I know how a tariff works and how it's implemented, but to who, where, how, and when those tariffs are going to happen, I'm not knowledgeable on that. So if you guys wouldn't mind if we pivoted away from the tariff talk, I'm cool with that. But if you'd like to continue to talk about it, then we can talk about it.
Yeah, it seems like it's just something to look into. Are you going to do more research into like tariff policy to see?
Yes, I would definitely do more research into tariff policy.
And if what Charsky said was true, do you think that might like sway your vote in a certain way?
I could come at it with an open mind at that point once I educate myself on it more, for sure. Yeah, so I mean that's just my honest answer to that question.
That's cool.
Yeah. What do you want to pivot to?
So if you didn't mind, if we could pivot to and specifically violent crime rate under both administrations, if you guys don't mind to talk about that for a second.
Sure. How is this caused by Harris or Biden?
Well, it's not specifically caused by the administration. Again, this is a correlation question. How do we correlate that under the Trump administration from 2017 to 2020, we are seeing actual less violent crime rates than what we are seeing from 2021 to 2024? And if you would like my research that I did on that was from pewresearch.org. If you go on there and look at their charts, there was a spike of crime in 2020. I'm correlating that to COVID because there was a complete shutdown of our economy at that time. People were going crazy, obviously. But if you look at 2017, 2018, 2019, this is a study done per 100,000 people. And the numbers are significantly lower before 2020. But after 2020, you see a complete spike in violent crime. And so I'm curious, what is the correlation, in your opinion, under both administrations that would have caused that?
Seems like COVID is what's largely described, which means that it's going to come down to like the handling of COVID, which I think by like every metric, Trump fucked up in his handling of COVID.
Okay, but to rebuttal for that statement, could it not also be said that he fought so hard to keep our economy open longer because we did have the greatest bounce back of all countries for our economy?
So this seems to be due to the policies of like Biden and Harris, whereas under Trump, there's like tons of people who were unalived by COVID, which is bad for your economy, of course. And there's like tons more people who got long COVID, also really bad for your economy.
Okay. Yeah, well, and so that's why I was asking, is the correlation of the rise and violent crime rate, right? I want to be specific about that because that I always spell PEW out, that pewresearch.org, when you go in there and you look at how they were tracking different crimes, like it has a list of larceny, it has a list of theft, it has a list of auto theft. So it lists different things, but I was more specific. I was specifically concerned with the violent crime rate because obviously.
Wait, so according to USA Today, violent crime has dropped for the third straight year in 2023.
So the reason that I'm using the pewresearch.org is because if you did you say it was crime rate today? Was that your source? I'm sorry.
USA Today.
USA Today. They actually go off of the FBI's research, and it's actually well known and documented that certain departments are refusing to give their numbers on violent crime rates, and they actually don't have to. There's no policy that states that they have to.
Source?
To the FBI?
To the FBI, yes, that is correct.
But I'm not sure why we would rely on FBI data if what you're saying is true.
PEW is not FBI.
Well, wait, so clearly they are releasing their statistics. Otherwise, USA Today couldn't make the statement that overall violent crime declined 3% compared to the prior year. The FBI statistics show
is that there's that FBI statistics are in some way incomplete because like states or cities aren't giving their data to the FBI. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard this claim. And I've read I assume the article you're referencing from Pew is the Gramlich article. And it doesn't seem like when I've seen people try to replicate it that this has like a huge effect on data. I mean, this isn't an issue I've looked into super deeply, but every attempt I've seen to whether it's just like polling or actual like comparing the individual city reports to the reports from the FBI, it doesn't seem like this withholding. Again, I'm not super familiar, but it doesn't seem like this has a huge effect on the actual trend.
Okay. Real quick, I just want to address the chat. I saw somebody mention me. Addy, my source is pewresearch.org. If you would like to go in and look at those numbers.
Wait, so I'm reading this right now. So, oh, okay, wait.
No, yeah, I'm also reading it, and I'm not seeing that numbers have actually risen. I'm seeing the article compare the difference between what American citizens think crime looks like and what it actually looks like. And it looks like since the 1990s, it's been a trend of going down, whereas in the last year, Americans are of the impression that crime rose.
Okay, so to your point, is that Sam? I'm sorry, it's very small on my screen, so I can't read what it says. Is it Sam?
Yeah, Sam, no worries.
Oh, okay. If you scroll down, if you're on the pewresearch.org website, if you scroll down, there's actually a chart. And if you continue to scroll down, you can actually read that chart, and it will show if you're under the violent crime rate per capita. It'll show you year by year what the percentage was and what the violent crime rate was reported for that year.
To clarify, is this the what's the John Gramlich Pew article, just the short one that they released, or is this
This is actually on their, well, again, this is on their website. I don't have a computer. I do all this on my phone. So I wouldn't be able to go out of it and pull it up without it pausing me, I think.
Yeah, you're good. I guess I would just have to see
the
see what you're
article that I found
referencing.
too.
Mm-hmm.
The Gramlich article is the one that I found.
Yeah, that's the only one that I've read. But and it seems like the Gramlich one is reliant on FBI data. But
yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. Yeah.
But again, it's possible that there's something else that's being referenced. I would just have to see it.
Okay. Yeah, and no argument. I'm not sitting here trying to bash anybody. I'm giving you my source so you could educate yourselves and do your own research and make your own opinion up of what you're seeing.
Yeah, wait, but I just want to like trace the line to make sure that I have this correct. So, you rejected like the claim that it had actually decreased on the grounds that uses FBI data and this data was incomplete, but then your Pew Research article also uses the FBI data. Is that correct?
Well, it does use the FBI data to an extent, but it also goes farther into the agencies that are not reporting to the FBI directly. There is still they still have to report their violent crimes. They just don't have to report it to the FBI. So what I'm assuming PEW is actually doing is maybe, and again, this is an assumption, I'm assuming they are going to these agencies and requesting what their actual numbers are and then posting that on their website. I could be completely wrong about that, but that may be what they're doing.
And when you say agency, do you mean like government agency?
No, I mean department. I guess I should say departments.
Which departments investigate crime?
Well, every department in the country that has a police force investigates crime.
And which of these are refusing to turn over their data?
Well, I don't know state by state exactly every department that is refusing to turn over their data, but it is very well known that there are departments that are not reporting that data to the FBI, which then would show a minute spike or no spike in violent crime, when in reality there is spikes. And for those certain years, years.
Wait, are these like federal agencies or state agencies?
This would be state agencies reporting
state
the violent
agency.
crime. This would be state agencies reporting the crime to a government agency, yes, because the government or the FBI is ran by the government.
I mean, if you don't want to rely on the FBI, we can look at the BJS, which is just the Bureau of Justice Statistics, which does the violent crime survey yearly. I think it's something like 15 or 150,000 people are surveyed, and according to that, at least, the rate of victimization had a bit of a dip in 2020. Went slightly up in 2021, went slightly up in 2022, and then went down in 2023. And then it was actually, I believe it was higher in 2018 than it has been throughout the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration, at least according to the rate of violent victimization, according to the BJS, which doesn't rely on the FBI data. They survey people and ask them, stuff like, have you been a victim of a crime? And then they have them, sort of list that, and then they confirm, right? So if what you're, uncomfortable with is reliance on the FBI, we can look at the BJS, and
yeah, and I would have to do that myself too, also. And I have no problem actually going and doing, and that's called BJS.
Yeah, Bureau of Justice Statistics. They have a really, really cool, the N-Dash tool is really, really cool. You can like go into the data yourself. They have a bunch of really cool graphics. It's pretty nice.
Okay, yeah, definitely will educate myself on that. Check that out. Absolutely no problem. And so I feel like, honestly, on the violent crime rate, you guys have presented me with a solid, I guess, rebuttal to my numbers. And so I want to educate myself on what you're giving me before I further want to debate with that. Because, again, you guys have made valid statements and arguments compared to what I've got. So
yeah, wait, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you acknowledge that Trump launched an insurrection against the United States government?
You mean with trying to cast the invalid electoral votes?
Yeah, the seven fake elector slates. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, yes, I acknowledge that he attempted to sway an election. I think a lot of that has to do with him not being able to take a loss.
Yeah, but not just like sway an election, like actually do an insurrection that subverts the vote and the will of the American people.
Well, I don't feel that it affects the will of the American people in the aspect of, because we have electoral votes, can you say that our votes actually matter to begin with?
Yeah, wait, so if our votes don't matter, so there's like a double bind here. Either our votes don't matter, in which case you need to give a justification for why you're voting Trump, or our votes do matter, in which case there's like huge moral issues with Trump trying to subvert the process.
Well, so my opinion is because that we have an electoral college, and like people's votes in Wyoming way more than people's votes in California, but per capita there are way more people in California than in Wyoming. I would say that our votes actually don't matter because of the electoral vote.
Matter less or don't matter at all?
Matter less. I should
matter
say
less.
Matter less.
Okay,
yes.
but do you think it's wrong to create fake electors?
100. I'm not disputing that, sir. Yeah, you're not going to get an argument with me out of that because I agree with you. I don't think what he did was right. He can't take a loss. I understand that.
Okay, I guess it feels to me like we have two completely different perceptions of the severity, whereas this could have easily, like if Mike Pence followed the plan, if all of the electors actually, all the fake electors actually went in, then we could have easily lost our democracy. Doesn't that worry you?
Does you mean if Mike Pence would have followed through with what Trump was wanting, it would have ruined our democracy?
Yeah, just that the will of the American people would have been subverted.
Well, again, so my question is, if our votes are not accounted for their futility of the vote, does it what is the? I'm not understanding the question at that point, because again, people in Wyoming, their votes electorally matter more than people in California, but per capita there are more people in California than in Wyoming.
Yeah, so if let's say I don't know, let's take Georgia or like Michigan, if the legitimate electors in Michigan get replaced with fake electors, then did anybody's vote matter in that state?
No.
Okay, but do people's votes matter if the legitimate slate of electors gets chosen?
Well, to an extent, yes. To an extent, though.
Yeah, to an extent, yeah. So Trump was trying to make it such that in these 7 states, nobody's vote actually mattered. Whereas typically your vote, to some extent, does matter. And yeah, there are problems with the Electoral College. I dislike the Electoral College, but
and I agree with you.
Your vote still matters to an extent.
Do you know why the Electoral College was formed in the first place?
Was it? This might just be like something that I heard, but wasn't it because people, like populations, were deemed as like not intelligent enough to actually engage?
And in essence, you're correct. Yeah. So the Electoral College was actually built because what we were seeing in other countries like Schmittler and things of that nature, where those people were voted in by the most popular vote, and then they ended up being dictators. That is why our country went with the electoral vote was because at that point the population could not then choose by accident a dictator.
I think your timeline there is a bit wonky insofar as the Electoral College predates Schmittler by like quite a bit, but I get the point.
I'm just using him as an example.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I understand that it predates him. What I'm saying is, though, countries like Germany, who elected Schmittler in due to a popular vote because they don't have an electoral system, that I'm using that as a correlation as to why the electoral college, I should say.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Exists.
I just wanted to say I gotta go, Ian. But bye-bye. I will talk
Sam,
to you
thanks so much for
later.
coming on up. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you for the good conversation, Sam.
Thank you for coming up. Bye-bye.
But yes, I agree with you 100%. Obviously, the Electoral College predates Schmittler. I'm just telling you why. We were seeing countries at the time voting in people when the Electoral College was made. We were seeing countries voting in people on their popular vote, and then those people turning around and being complete dictators. So
I guess I'm just sort of confused why we would believe that a system with less democratic accountability would be more protective against tyranny and dictatorship. It seems like, if anything, what we would want is greater popular sovereignty and greater ability for the people to sort of check the government. I'm just super unclear on why we think that, like, you know, restricting the people with influence will make it harder for dictators to get in power.
Well, because again, it's for our country specifically. That my answer to your question, for our country specifically, let's say, for instance, let's say that we had a dictator trying to run for president, right? And that dictator would win the popular vote. Our electoral college protects us as Americans from that dictator getting into office. So that's where
I'm just not sure why it protects us any more than just like, it just seems
we don't go off of the popular vote. We go off of the electoral college vote. So, like, if, for instance, Hillary Clinton in 2016, when that election happened,
I'm
she
familiar
won.
with how the electoral college works. What my question is just, I don't see why we would believe that it would be more difficult for a dictator to, you know, sway over the small group of electors than it would for a dictator to sway over the entire American population, right? Like, I'm super unclear on why we would believe that, you know, a system with less influence from the people would be better at protecting from a person who wants to decrease the influence of the people, right?
I guess I'm confused about I'm understanding the question, but I'm also confused by the question because, like I answered, if we had a dictator running and we were going off of popular vote and not electoral vote, the electoral college protects us from that.
Okay, wait. I think we just gotta make this like a bit more linear. Wait. So, do you agree that the group that determines who is president is the electors?
Yes, I agree with that.
And
yes.
do you agree that in all 50 states, the group that determines the electors is the populace of that state?
No, my understanding
that determines which slate of electors is
there
the
you go.
popular.
Okay, yes. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So the thing that determines the president is the slate of electors, and the thing that determines the slate of electors is the populace. So the populace through a chain, which, you know, I take issue, but whatever. I don't want to get into the weeds with it. The thing that determines the president through this chain of the electoral college, there's the direct chain to the populace, which means that your votes have a direct impact on who is president. Do you think that it's moral, or you already agreed that it's not moral to take this away? Do you agree that this is like substantially, to an unbelievable degree, immoral to take away all of this, like the populace of like 7 different states, their entire, like, none of their votes matter because of this? Do you acknowledge that? Or if it went through, none of their votes would have mattered?
Do I acknowledge that if they would have, you mean under our current system, or what?
That if Trump's elector plot was successful, none of these people's votes would have mattered in all 7 of these states.
Right, but that's the same system that we're currently running under, sir. That's what I'm
Oh
saying.
no,
Yes, I agree
because
with you. It's currently like that, though.
no, because so there's you acknowledge that there's a difference between like some amount of influence and no influence, right?
Oh,
That
yes. Sorry,
some
maybe I was
small positive number is not equal to zero.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is that it's like deeply immoral to disenfranchise people, especially an entire state, especially 7 entire states. To attempt to disenfranchise literally all of these people is super immoral.
100% agreed. Again, like I said earlier, you're not going to catch an argument for me under that. I don't feel that what he attempted to do in the last election was morally correct by any means. What I'm acknowledging, though, is the fact that our current system and the way the Electoral College works, there should be no reason that a small state like Wyoming has more of a impact on the vote for president than the state of California,
I agree.
because per capita there are more people in California. So could you agree that their votes should have a potential more, I guess, a more effect on the choice than Wyoming, without trying to go in and say, oh, well, Wyoming shouldn't matter whatsoever? That's not
Certainly
what I'm
not.
saying.
But unfortunately, that is the system that we exist in. We exist within a system that is set up via the Electoral College. There's really no way around that. I mean, I would love it if we lived in a system that wasn't the Electoral College. That'd be nice. That'd be great. We don't live in that system, though. So do you think that Trump is morally fit to be in office, keeping in mind that he attempted to disenfranchise all of the millions of people throughout 7 different states? Do you think Trump is morally fit?
Do I think he is morally fit? No, but do I think on a standpoint of numbers, again, when you go back and look at inflation rates for the last 8 years, you go back and look at the economy over the past 8 years, you go back and look at policies over the past 8 years, I feel that on a political standpoint, he is the best choice.
And I know that you wanted to go and like research all of those topics, which is like totally fine. But until you research those topics and come to a conclusion about them, it seems like the correct position for you to be in is like agnostic. Or I don't know, like I think that the events of January 6th should be a very compelling reason to not vote Trump, and especially if you still need to do research into your other considerations, it seems like a no-brainer that your default position would be not Trump.
And I wasn't prepared to even talk about J6, so excuse me for being.
Well, I think you have 100% the correct opinions on that. I mean, you acknowledge that it was like an insurrection, right?
I don't think so. My opinion on J6, sir, was, and my analogy to this is if you walk up to a bear and you poke that bear with a stick, and that bear doesn't react at first, but then you continuously poke that bear with the stick, eventually you're going to get bit. And I think what happened was us as an American people, or us as an American society, got tired of being poked and we bit.
And what's the stick in this analogy?
Well, the stick in this analogy would be how and correct me if I'm wrong, what was the year of J6? Because I
2021.
Okay, so this was right after the election then.
Yeah.
So the stick in the analogy would be at the time, everything was being pushed, and this is propaganda, right? Everything was being pushed out that all this was a cheat. The Biden and Harris administration stole this election. And so I think what had happened was it hit just enough radical people that the stick, being the propaganda, was poking them, and they just got tired of being poked, and so they bit, and so they attempted to do something about it.
And who was the main pusher of this propaganda?
Well, the media.
The media. You think the media was the main pusher of the? And what? So what's the specific propaganda that we're focusing on?
The fact that it was being said that the election was stolen.
And who created these claims? Who was the first one to claim that the election was stolen?
Oh, it was Trump.
Yeah. So Trump caused this like agitation of his like sycophantic savages to go and storm the Capitol, and like.
But he never requested anybody storm the Capitol. He never once said, "I want you to go storm the Capitol."
Yeah,
Well, I
but he
mean,
said go and fight like hell, and then
yeah, I
they
think
went
when you
and
use
But is that not our right in our Second Amendment under
Second
the?
Amendment.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't think
because
that it's our right to break into the Capitol building and try to stop the.
what I mean by the Second
Mhm.
Amendment is that we have a right as an American people to protect our democracy from foreign and domestic uh, enemies. And so
So
it
if I
was
think,
theoretically
Mhm.
our constitutional right to defend what we thought was a domestic enemy.
Wait, okay? Wait, because hold on, and Charsky, I want to hear what you have to say. But are you saying that it was like the Second Amendment right of both of the attempted assassins?
No,
It seems
because
like that would follow from what
assassination
you're
isn't
saying,
legal.
right?
I'm
So
sorry.
is
What was
storming the
that?
Neither
Capitol.
is yeah, neither is like, breaking into the Capitol and trying to hunt down and kill Nancy Pelosi, right?
I don't think anybody tried to kill Nancy Pelosi,
I
but
mean, they were chanting "Hang Mike Pence." They said, we're gonna get that derogatory word for a woman. They said we're gonna beat her, right? We don't even have to focus on Pelosi. They were chanting "Hang Mike Pence," right? I think it's pretty clear what they wanted to do.
okay, but there's a big difference in what what the host asked and what you're saying. He's saying, excuse me, he's saying under the constitutional amendment were the assassination attempts on Trump justified. No assassination attempt upon anybody is justified. That's an attempt of murder, which is illegal. However, it is not illegal for a community, society, or anything of that nature to go into a building as to which our taxes pay for and to be told that we are not allowed to cross a certain threshold.
Then why are they being
our
charged with
taxes pay for that
crimes?
building.
Why are they being charged with crimes then if that's not illegal?
Well, they're being charged with crimes because the way they went about going into that building was violent. It was they're being charged with violent crimes, which everybody who was there, Democrat or Republican, if they committed violence inside of that building, should rightfully be charged with a crime. However,
Yeah,
it is
okay,
not
but you say
illegal to enter the building that as to which our taxes paid for.
Well, wait, surely you don't believe this, right? Do you think that people should just be able to walk onto the floor of Congress whenever they want and rifle
Absolutely,
around
sir.
through
We pay
people's?
for it.
Can I?
Yes, our taxes
Would it
pay
be
for it. We
okay?
should be allowed to be in there. Yes, 100%.
Could
So
I
you
go
think we should
check
just be able
out?
to rifle through, secret documents, go to Nancy Pelosi or Mike Pence's office, just sort of, look
The
through
White
their
House.
drawers.
Can I
Yeah.
can I go into the White House? Is it all right if should I be allowed to roll up to the White House gates, knock on the door, be like, "Hey, what's up? We're gonna have a little sleepover."
Okay, well, you're taking that way to the extreme. I'm not saying to go to the White House and have a house and have a sleepover. However, our taxes paid for that White House. Our taxes continuously pay for the White House. So theoretically, by what you're saying, yes, you should be allowed to roll up to the White House and at any point in time walk through the White House.
Do you not think that
Pay
could
for
pose
it as a society.
some national security? For the same reason we don't let people on to military bases or just to go up on stage and, hang out with Trump, right? Do you not think that there might be some sort of security reasons
Absolutely,
why?
there is a security risk, and I understand why they do not permit the communities to just walk into the White House.
Do you think that
So we
there's a
understand why it's a crime,
security?
right?
Do you think that there's a
understand the
security
threat,
risk?
Yes, I understand the threat.
Well, but do you agree that there's perhaps a bit of a security risk with allowing the crowd chanting "Hang Mike Pence" into the Capitol building?
Are you asking me, was there a security risk at that time? Yes, 100%.
Cool. So they should be restricted from going in.
I'm saying that day, specifically J6, if that's what we're going to continue to talk about, the crimes that those people are being charged with, they're being charged because of a violent way of their protest. If they would have gone about that protest peacefully, like it should have been, we wouldn't even be talking about this day. Or we would have, because something monumental or better would have come out of a peaceful protest and not a violent protest.
So, if this isn't exactly what Trump wanted, then why did Trump wait 3 hours watching the entire thing on Fox News, sipping a Diet Coke, where staffer after staffer came in and begged him to do something about it. Why did he wait 3 hours until the attempt had failed to send everyone home?
I have
If
no
this
idea,
wasn't
sir.
exactly what he wanted, why would he wait 3
I
hours?
can't speak about what his mind was going through or thinking. I have no idea. I don't have a valid answer for you for that.
Yeah, so maybe we could figure it out and see the implications of the things that he was doing. That instead of calling these people off, he was following the situation quite closely, and he was making calls. Do you know who those calls were to?
Again, no, I don't. When we speak on J6, guys, I had no involvement in that. Obviously, I thought what happened was tragic on a violent standpoint, because that should never, the way that violent protest happened should never have happened in the first place. So when you're asking me specific facts about that day, excuse me, I don't have those answers. I don't know. I don't know who he called. I don't know why he waited 3 hours. I have no idea. The only thing that I could speak on is maybe he was trying to see what type of protest was going to happen. But in my opinion, that even falls in on itself, because it was violent from the start, I believe.
Yeah, so we know who he called, and we know what he said to the people he called. He called several senators to pressure them to protest the vote, to object to it, so that it could be debated and drawn out. And he used things like the violence of the protesters as leverage against these people. He said, these people are very angry. He tried to leverage the violence that these protesters were enacting in order to pressure these senators to do the things that he wanted them to do. Why would he do that? Why like, it seems like this is just exactly what he wanted.
Well, and I understand that's subjective, because we don't know. I mean, we can't sit here and say that Trump's whole big plan on J6 was that the storming of the Capitol was going to happen. Nobody can sit here and definitively say that was his goal this entire time. So that's very subjective.
Do you think that it's reasonable for people, when, trying to convict somebody of murder, to speculate about their motive, even though we can't know exactly what was going on in the minds of these people?
Right,
they were doing
100%.
crimes?
But again, that's subjective. So when we investigate a murder, it's at that point it is all subjective until the physical evidence comes out proving the opinion.
Well, so physical evidence can come out that demonstrates that that some mental state is likely, right? So I'm not sure that it's true that we just have no idea what Trump possibly could have been thinking. We can't know for certain, right? We don't have access to his mind, but It does seem like we can, make a sort of inference to the best explanation, right? I just don't understand. There's not really a reasonable explanation, at least as far as I've heard, for why, if this wasn't his intent, why he would both wait for 3 hours while staffers and family beg him to call the rioters off, and also why he would use it, why he would try to leverage it in order to accomplish his political goals. It just seems like on one hypothesis we have a really good explanation, and on this other hypothesis we have no explanation at all. So it seems like that gives us good reason to prefer the one hypothesis. Also, it seems like it's gotten beyond my area of expertise, so I'm gonna hop down. But if any econ stuff comes up, I'll try to hop back on. But...
Make sure you're following Charsky if you're not doing that already. Charsky's great. They know lots about economics. Highly encourage that.
I just gave him a follow.
Yeah.
But again, if you don't mind, if you would like to stay on the subject, we can stay on the subject. But if you would like to pivot, that's up to you. So just let me know.
No, yeah, you can go for it. I think that should be very compelling evidence for you to not vote for Trump. Just that if we put forward competing hypotheses, that the line I'm drawing goes straight through all the points of data that Trump either wanted this or was indifferent to it, that he saw it as opportune that violence broke out.
Can we honestly sit here and say, though, that when the violence first started, if Trump, let's say he didn't wait 3 hours, right? This is hypothetical. Let's say he didn't wait 3 hours. Could we honestly say that him coming out the moment violence broke out and said, stop doing this, go home, that it actually would have happened? Or would the violence had continued? And the reason I point to that question is because, and this is crazy because this is I don't know how old you are. I'm 34.
I'm 23.
Okay. So, and the reason I point to this, because when the Rodney King situation happened and everybody went poco loco, rightfully, over that situation, there were multiple, what's the word I'm looking for? Political figures who came out and said, why are we being so violent about this? There's a peaceful way to handle this. And yet the violence still happened. Now, obviously, those two things do not correlate whatsoever, but you understand where I'm coming from. So what him coming out saying in the beginning, hey, let's stop this, do you honestly think that it would have stopped?
Yeah, wait, so we can just look at the timeline. So Trump makes his like, please go home message. So the events of the day start at like 10:30. They start at 10:30. They go until when is this? It's cleared of rioters by 6 p.m. Now at 4:22, like in around an hour and a half before the end of this, Trump says, "Okay, go home," and then an hour and a half later, they all go home. And keep in mind, this event was 8 hours long, so it seems like insofar as Trump was able to make them go home in an hour and a half, that yeah, Trump absolutely had the power to stop this, definitely.
Okay, and so I concede to that argument. You obviously have numbers, timelines. So I concede to that argument. You make a valid point. So in that essence, I can sit here and say, okay, I would believe that if he didn't wait the 3 hours that he waited, and he would have come out when the violence started, that J6 would not have been as bad as it was. I concede to your argument on that.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Again, I think that's the compelling evidence to me, just that people who are traitors to the country, that it doesn't make sense to vote for somebody who tried to take away the vote from literal millions of people. That if you're voting for someone, if you engage in the voting process at all, that means that to some degree you value voting. You value voting in terms of like the institution and as an electoral method. I don't understand how someone can value voting as an electoral method and then use that method to vote for someone who's trying to take away voting for so many people.
Well, he's not currently trying to take away voting for people. I mean, he's not currently being an activist into saying, hey, we need to take this away, this away, this away, and make it about this. He did do that, yes. What I'm saying, he is not doing that as of today, as we are speaking now.
Yeah, but he's doing all sorts of authoritarian posturing. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he tried to do it again. I mean, we have precedent. He's already tried to do it once. He's made, quote, jokes, unquote, about wanting a third term. He literally said he's going to suspend the Constitution on day one to prosecute political opponents.
Right, but you also understand that he actually doesn't have the power to actually suspend the Constitution.
But I don't really want him to try, because like lots of our I think what Jan 6 exposes is that lots of our institutions, or just the Trump presidency exposes, lots of our institutions are upheld by precedent rather than like some hard legal enforcement of these things. That if the precedent changes, then there's really nothing holding these together. That if these positions, like the position of like vice president, was filled by someone who was more loyal to Trump, someone willing to go through with his plan, someone as crazy as he was, then Jan 6 very well could have been the end of our democracy.
100% agreed, sir. Again, you're not going to get an argument out of me about that. I like I told you a couple minutes ago, I concede to your argument with your timelines and his call and telling people to go home. You're 100% correct. It could have ended our democracy. And I think that, excuse me, if anything, that was a complete eye-opener, not only to the politicians, because they understand that us as people have, on both sides of the parties, have more power than what they give us credit for. But on the other side, I think it opened our eyes to society to say, hey, you know, what some of these politicians are doing is detrimental to our democracy. So it goes both ways.
So, why do you think Trump isn't running with the same vice president?
Well, to be honest with you, I think that Mike Pence was a horrible VP for Trump. If you really want my honest opinion, I think Trump chose his VP completely wrong. If it were me, if I was Trump and I was going to choose a VP, it would have been either, and you may prosecute me for saying this, it would have been either RFK Jr. or it would have been who is the I can't pronounce his last name. Starts with a V.
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Thank you, Vivek. It would have been him, even him over RFK Jr. because Vivek, to me, made the most sense of any politician that was on that stage during the RNC.
Okay, so I think I'm not well read enough to have like a critique of either of those. But my question is just why is Trump not running with Mike Pence again?
To be honest with you, I think that Mike Pence showed a stern stance against Trump, and all of us know that Trump is about him being the boss, and you're going to do what he says. And the whole great quote of "you're fired" off of his stupid show. I think that's a reason why he's not running with Pence.
Gotcha. And showed stern resistance during which event specifically?
I think my opinion is that Pence held stern resistance against his whole entire term. I don't think
his whole entire term?
Yeah, I don't think Pence really did anything Trump wanted him to do.
Can you give me an example?
I cannot. This is opinion. I don't feel that Pence wanted to work under Trump, but he did for the notoriety and the possibility of then running for president himself.
That seems implausible. Do you have any evidence of that?
I do not. Okay. Again, it's opinion.
Gotcha. Well, to me, what seems like a more clear explanation is just that he got rid of Pence because Pence wouldn't do the right thing on January 6th by either selecting the fake slate of electors and declaring Trump president, or by shrugging his shoulders and saying, well, I don't really know what to do, and then passing it off to the House to elect Trump president. Because he didn't do that, and that seems to be like the turning point where Trump turned against Pence. So if he's picking a different running mate, specifically JD Vance has said that he would go through with it. He would have done the insurrection on January 6th, that he would have done the thing that Pence failed to do. That seems to be why he picked Vance specifically, and that seems to be why he's not running with Pence. So it seems like he's setting up for another go at stealing power against the will of the American people.
So my rebuttal to that would be JD Vance is going to say anything he needs to say to keep in good graces of Trump because he was just selected to be VP. And the reason I say that is Vance also was on record stating that the whole "they're eating the cats and they're eating the dogs" was a statement to then only, it was a false statement, but what it did was bring attention to the immigration problem that we are currently having, specifically in Springfield, Ohio.
Okay, but this doesn't really seem to address the point that he's looking for people who are more loyal and are going to be willing to go through with his crazy plans. To me, this seems like a perfect storm where there are now no barriers to him doing all the crazy stuff that he wants to do.
Well, when you say crazy stuff, though, what are you referring to? What is so crazy?
Yeah, that literally, like the next time this happens, the next January 6th, if Trump gets elected, even if they lose, even if there's a Democrat incumbent, he can have JD Vance go down and then select the winner to be the Republicans, just based off of the exact same process.
Okay. Again, that would be something that we don't know. It's hypothetical. We don't. He
already did it once. Why wouldn't he do it again?
The failed attempt, though.
Yeah, but this time, he's like taking away all the things that made it a failed attempt.
But what specifically? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, he's swapping out his vice president.
Okay, but I don't understand how that is trying to change the whole outlook of this upcoming election.
Because if Mike Pence did the thing that he wanted him to do on January 6th, if he chose the fake slate of electors or shrugged his shoulders and let the House decide, then Trump would have been the president. So if he's finding a vice president who's willing to do that, who's willing to break the law and go against the Electoral Count Act, then he's going to be able to determine the next winner. He's just seeing all the ways that his plot failed the first time, and he's fixing them. It seems like he's trying to run it again.
Okay. And again, that's opinionated, right? So that's your opinion.
It literally happened.
Which you're entitled to.
It literally happened.
But it didn't, because he failed in the first.
Yeah, so Trump is trying to he ran the plan once and it failed in all of these places. Now he's trying to change the things that caused it to fail in all of these places.
Okay. I see what you're saying. That's an opinion. That's just your opinion.
It's supported by historical data, the fact that it happened.
Okay. All right. I can't argue. I'm not. I can't debate you on that.
Okay. Do you have anything else, or should I move on to the next guest?
No, dude, you're good. I appreciate the time. I appreciate you being respectful and having the respectful conversation. Again, my whole goal was to come on here and basically focus on the numbers of both administrations and just ask correlation questions as to what we thought was the reasoning for those numbers. You guys did a very good job respectfully, and I appreciate your time.
Yeah, I appreciate you too. Yeah, thanks so much for coming on up.
Thank you.
Make sure you're dropping a follow, sharing it with your friends. If you never want to miss a single debate in the future, best way to do that is to leave a follow. Sorry, I have all these people who donated that I'm going to read out. Grimlock, thank you so much for the $5 on Cash App. Big W, Grimlock. Evan, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Or I think Grimlock was on... Oh, no, yeah, Evan, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Huge W, Evan. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Huge W, Elizabeth, in the comment section. I appreciate all three of you again. W, Grimlock, W, Evan, and W, Elizabeth. Thank you, all three of you. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-ian and the Cash App is just allegedly-ian. Both are in my bio, and I do appreciate any and all support as we go on to the very next guest. If you want to join the Discord, if you're 18 or older, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I would love to see you there. It's also discord.gg/allegedly-ian. We talk politics, religion, and philosophy. What's up, MK? How's it going?
I'm well. How are you?
Doing well. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, I just want to sort of piggyback on what they were saying before, and what you were saying is even I think the term you were looking for was certify the vote by the VP, and Pence decided to certify the vote instead of Trump asking him not to. Even if he didn't certify the vote, that doesn't mean Donald Trump would have been president. It just would have delayed the process. So he can't say, oh, I'm not going to certify the vote, and then Trump stays as president. The investigation then goes back to making sure that the vote was correct.
So there's a couple of things that, so if you actually read through the document that lays out all these scenarios related to January 6th, it's called the Eastman Memo. For anyone who's interested, this lays out all the scenarios for how Trump could remain president, and all of them rely on it being rejected, and none of them rely on like further investigations. So the two scenarios that all outline is that so Pence doesn't count these because there's two slates of electors. He doesn't count any of these, which would be an appeal to a specific like obscure legal theory that's supported by like one guy, I think. And then he would shrug his shoulders, say, well, because there's two slates of electors, I guess I'll just count up the electors that are uncontested, and I guess Trump wins. So then that's a way that he could certify the election and have Trump be the winner. The other way is that he could pass it off to the House of Representatives, and which would vote via state. And of course, there are more Republican states than there are Democrat states. So that's the second way that it could go. It could have been like an immediate Trump vote that has nothing to do with the investigations. All of these plans didn't rely on the investigations. These are all public. And the craziest part is Trump doesn't dispute a single word of what I just said. When he gets in front of a judge, he doesn't say, that didn't happen, that's not true. What he says is, I need immunity from criminal prosecution.
Right, but there is a process. So the process put in place, it's not like If JD Vance was in that position, he could just not certify the vote, and then Trump would automatically be president. That's just the process, and that was this guy's opinion that it would have passed, and Trump stays in power. That's just his opinion on what the possibilities that could have happened.
No, this is Trump's lawyer. This was the plan. This was the plan of what they were attempting to do. The Eastman is Trump's lawyer.
Yeah, so that, but there's a process. He just doesn't automatically become president again.
So are you aware of the fact that part of Eastman's plan was to get rid of the process? That part of an essential part of Eastman's plan was for Mike Pence to stand up and say that the Electoral Count Act was unconstitutional, and then to go forward with the rest of the plan. Are you aware of any of that?
Sure, but that doesn't mean he becomes president. That you have to wait for the process to play out, and that's all theoretical. Yeah, if that was the plan, that was the plan, but it doesn't mean it's 100% it plays out that way. There was no, it doesn't matter what plan was in place. If it wasn't executed and didn't in fact happen, then it didn't happen. And we're going to go round and round and play hypothetical, and there's a process that has to play out.
Yeah, and what happens to the process if Pence declares the ECA unconstitutional?
Then they go through that process, and however it plays out, it plays out.
But what happens to the process related to the counting of the electoral votes if the Electoral Count Act is declared unconstitutional
Again,
by Mike Pence there on the Senate floor?
Again, Ian, we're playing hypothetical.
No, I'm just asking you what happens.
I don't know enough about it, but I take your word for that's correct. And if it played out that way, then it plays out that way. But our process is put in place to make sure that the process is fair. So if you go through the process, and that's our process, then if in fact he does remain in power, he remains in power. If by the process of our laws he is still in power, then we should be fighting against the process, that the process is actually at fault, not for someone to use that process to get what they want.
Okay, do you understand that the key first step of the plan was to get rid of the process? Are you aware of that? Do you understand that fact?
Yes, correct. And
then how do you appeal to the process when when the key part of their plan was to get rid of the process?
Ian, is that
was step one of their plan?
Ian, is that against the law?
We don't know. That's the point. The point of January 6th was to throw us into a constitutional crisis. It was to create mayhem.
But it's not against the law.
It is literally against the law. Yes.
It's against the law to use the process that is lined out.
It's against the law to, on the floor for the vice president to say the ECA is unconstitutional while he's supposed to be certifying the votes. Yes. It is literally a violation of the law. Yes.
I don't know enough about it, but I don't know anyone that could go against the law that's out there. You may contest what that law says, but that's why we have a process in place.
Then why would Trump's lawyer, as was supported by Trump, be encouraging Mike Pence to break the law?
As far as I know, our process, you can't break the law. Okay, if you want to challenge the law, that's one thing, but you can't break the law.
Then why would Trump be asking Mike Pence to do that?
That's not certifying the vote is not breaking the law.
It's against the ECA.
That's not breaking the law.
Is the ECA a law?
Mike Pence has a decision to make.
Is the ECA a law?
I don't know. I don't know anything about the ECA.
Yes, the Electoral Count Act is a law. It's a law.
you're
So if
saying
you didn't follow the procedure laid out in the ECA, would you be breaking the law?
I just said I don't know anything about the ECA, but to pretend that we can break the law and then assume power, I think is absurd. If you want to
It is
challenge the law,
absurd, yes, which is why it's absurd
okay,
that
so
Trump's lawyer, Eastman, would
let me
be asking for this.
then let me ask you this: Why didn't Pence just why didn't he just not sign anything and then all of a sudden Trump says I'm in power?
Because Pence isn't a traitor to this nation, unlike
So,
Trump.
but he has a decision to make, right? Whether
Yeah, he
certify
chose to not be a traitor to the nation. Why do you think Donald Trump is running with a new running mate?
so he has a choice to make. Either I certify the law or I don't certify the law.
Why do you think
vote.
Trump is
I'm
running with a
sorry.
new running mate?
No, you're not answering my question. He has
You
the
didn't
choice.
ask a question.
He has a choice to certify the vote or not certify the vote, correct?
That's not a question, that's a statement.
No, I
Why
said
is Trump
correct.
running with a new running mate?
I said correct. Is that correct? He can certify
Is that
it?
correct? He can, yeah, he can.
So
In
then-
this scenario, he can either break the law or not break the law. So why was Trump encouraging him to break the law?
So why would he get the choice of certifying or not certifying if that would be against the law?
It's a ceremonial role.
Okay, we're kind of talking in circles here. One question I had, what you were saying before, is that, and this is a question to you, and I appreciate you taking my question. Do you think if Trump said, march peacefully down to the White House, march peacefully, do you think that the narrative of saying that, and you believe that led to January 6th, do you believe the narrative of, eliminate Trump, but the Democrat senator, I think it was from New York, said he must be eliminated. He's a threat to democracy, obviously Hillary Clinton. Do you think that also incited the two assassination attempts on Trump?
Given that the assassination attempts were done by two Republicans, I doubt it. The first one, we have no idea what the motivation is, and the second one seemed to be motivated by Ukraine, but also the guy was just crazy, so who knows? Now,
the January 6th guys weren't crazy?
So
guys wearing a buffalo hat.
Well, they certainly, yeah, of course, they were also crazy. Now, the person who directed them to do this was Trump. Trump said, go and fight like hell. And I have a question for you. If this wasn't exactly what Trump wanted them to do on January 6th, why would he wait 3 hours being begged by staffer and family over and over again to end it, spending the entire time sipping a Diet Coke and watching Fox News? 3 hours. Why would he wait 3 hours before saying, be peaceful, go home?
That's a fair question, but you don't. So you say Trump incited January 6th, but the rhetoric of eliminating, he's Smittler, all that didn't incite some crazies to go and try to assassinate him.
Well, let's think about it. We have evidence that these people were directed by Trump insofar as all these people were at a Trump rally where he said, go and fight like hell, after saying that their election had been stolen from them, that their democracy was being stolen from them, based on literally no fucking evidence. And then these people went over from the place where he was speaking, so it seems like he had a direct effect of inciting it, which is further corroborated by the fact that this is exactly what he wanted, as he was using all of this violence to make phone calls and to pressure Congress people. Whereas, what's the evidence that these, quote, incitements incited either of the Trump assassinations? What's the evidence for that?
The narrative that
What's the wait? Can you provide me a source that says that either of these people were motivated by either any of these narratives about Trump?
Ian,
What's the evidence? Give me the source.
If you, by plot
The next
from-
things out of your mouth needs to be a source.
Okay.
Oop. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends while we.
Newsweek says David Plouffe from New York said Trump needs to be eliminated. Okay.
Yeah, but what's the source that these comments were what affected either of the assassins?
What are you talking about?
That's your claim that these assassins were driven
Ian,
by all of these comments made about Trump. What's your source for that?
So you say that when Trump says march peacefully, that incited January 6th, but
Did they march peacefully?
Hold on. Let me finish. You're saying that Trump's word march peacefully down to you say that incited January 6th, but all the rhetoric coming around from the Democratic Party didn't incite people to for the assassination attempts?
Oh, wait, so you're David Plouffe, your source? You just lied. There's nothing that says eliminate Trump.
Look at Jen Psaki's.
So, wait, so you admit to lying. So you just lied about your source just now. You made it up.
It was in an interview with Jen Psaki.
You made it up. Wait, so you made it up.
Look up Newsweek, David Plouffe, eliminate Trump.
So the article Democrats. Wait, can you swipe out of the app and then come right back? There's an echo.
Yeah, hold on. How's that? So your contention, Ian, just to be clear, there is no rhetoric coming out from the Democratic Party that Trump needs to be eliminated.
That's not what I said. Just that there's no association between any political violence and this rhetoric, but also that you've been unable to cite a single example of this, probably because you can't even read your own source.
I just told you.
Yeah. So the person who made the quote that's in question is Representative Daniel Goldman. You just like didn't read your source correctly. That's fine. Let's look at the context of the source. So it seems like he apologized immediately.
Oh, okay.
So did Trump apologize for attempting to coup our government?
He did say that violence in any situation is not okay.
But did he apologize for sending this crowd of sycophant savages to coup our government? Did he apologize for that?
No one has apologized on the Democratic side either.
Yeah, well, he did. Yeah, because House Democrat apologizes after saying Trump, quote, has to be eliminated. This is going to come from you from the Hill.
That's one party. One person.
Well, you said nobody had apologized. Now you're backing your claim up.
No, what I'm saying is
throw that claim in reverse.
No Democrat has said, "Oh, I shouldn't have said threat to democracy. I shouldn't have called him Smith."
He is a threat to democracy.
Okay, well, now you're feeding into inciting people to go out and do crazy stuff.
It's true, and you should say it. He is a threat to democracy. He literally attempted to coup our government.
And if you can't connect the dots that the rhetoric coming out can lead to assassination attempts is the same as the rhetoric coming out that to go down and cite January 6th, then I can't talk to you anymore because
prove it.
It's prove it.
Cite the source. Prove it. Prove that any of these assassinations were because of this rhetoric.
Ian, you are not
prove it. Cite a source.
You are not even proving that Trump said we're gonna have an insurrection. Show me that memo. Show me the memo.
Wait, so my claim is not that Trump said we're going to have an insurrection. If you want the memo that lays out the plan for the insurrection, that's just called the Eastman memo.
Oh, the Eastman memo.
Written by Trump's lawyers.
Ian, if you don't think that the narrative is causing crazy people to do crazy stuff on both sides, I can't
Prove it.
talk
Go ahead
to
and
you,
prove it.
Ian. You're contradicting your own narrative.
Go ahead and prove it. I have a direct line for how Trump's lies led to his sycophantic savages storming the Capitol and hunting Congress people. I have no evidence that any of this led to either of the Trump
Okay.
assassinations.
Okay, so let's
Neither
do
do you.
Let's
There's
do this.
there's actually a really easy way I know you don't have evidence.
Let's do this.
So we know it. I know you don't have evidence for the first assassin because nothing is known about him or his motivations, and he was a registered Republican, so that doesn't make sense. I know you don't have evidence for the second one because this guy did it seemingly because of Ukraine.
Okay. So in your hypothetical world that you like to play in, let's
Which
play
part is hypothetical?
the whole thing of like if Pence didn't certify the
So
vote.
okay, wait. So you got folded like a chair on this one. So you want to pivot to 20 minutes ago?
No,
Got it.
No.
Wait. Are you trying to pivot to 20 minutes ago or not?
No. It's my opinion, and I'm entitled to my opinion.
Yeah, you're
that-
entitled to your opinion, and I'm
that-
entitled to make fun of you for your bad opinion.
Okay, so words incite people as your claim, but just not on your side. I get
Some words incite
No, I
some
get it.
people. It depends on
I
the
get it.
case.
I get it.
It's going to be on a case by case basis.
Okay, so let's.
If I said right now,
So
go and do like XYZ thing, and then no one does it, then my words would not have incited violence. But if I say go and do XYZ thing, and then people do it, then my words did incite violence. It's really that simple.
Okay, so January 6th happens. How would that have turned into an insurrection? What did you see? The guy
Yeah.
with the guy with the helmet with the horns.
No.
He takes over, and then Trump says, "Oh, I'm president again," because
Not
you guys
quite.
went in there.
Not
How
quite.
does-
No.
How does that play out in your hypothetical world?
Yeah, so I'll just tell you what the point of it was via the Eastman memo. Are you aware that Trump created 7 false slates of electors that he sent to the various state capitals and to the Capitol itself, wherein and pressured Mike Pence to either select these fake slates of electors or to pass it down to the House, where they would have selected Trump in order for Trump to be declared the winner. Are you aware of any of that?
So, in your hypothetical,
It's a yes or no question. Wait. Are you aware of any of that?
Yeah, I believe
These
you.
aren't these
No,
false
I- no, I
electors aren't
believe you.
hypotheticals.
I believe
they
you.
actually happened.
I believe you.
Okay.
So it's your contention that we don't have laws that protect against fake electors, or we don't.
We certainly do, but if so, these people would have all been pardoned if the plot went through. That it took a while to prosecute these people. Thank you so much for the corgi. Appreciate that. Which means that if the plot actually went the way Trump wanted it to, none of these people would have gotten prosecuted because all of these people would have gotten pardoned.
Ian, it seems like you have such an issue with our laws.
Which laws do I have an issue with?
The fact that someone could present fake elector.
It's illegal.
Okay.
If you look at the 16 Michigan electors, they got charged with 16 counts each. Do you want to hear what their charges were?
No, I believe you.
You're not interested in the evidence.
I just said I believe
Whoa,
you.
Robert, thank you so much for the touchdown. Big W, Robert, in the comment section. I appreciate the hell out of that. That's sick.
Ian, I'm saying I believe you, but you have such problems with our laws because you're saying he's going to use
Which law do I have problems with?
the fake electors being counted.
That's illegal. I like the law that says that you can't do that. I think that law is goated as fuck.
So then you, if you say it's goated, then what? Then how does he just magically come into power by doing these fake electors and these
Yep.
conspiracies that you have?
Yeah. Because you weren't listening earlier, I'll just explain the 2 scenarios again. First way that he comes into power is by Mike Pence getting these false electors and then like literally just selecting them and then saying Trump wins. Robert, thank you so much. Huge W, Robert. That's so cool. I've never seen that one before. Big W, Robert. That's the first way. Second way is that he says, well, I don't really know which one to choose because it's still being litigated. Well, I guess Trump wins because of all the electors that are uncontested. We know that for all of these electors, Trump has won. If we take in only the electors that are uncontested, so that's the second way Trump wins. And third way Trump wins is he says, well, I don't really know what to do here, passes it off to the House of Representatives, and then the House of Representatives chooses Trump. That's the third way.
Why?
Why what? Because he's corrupt.
No. Why does the House of Representative? How do you know which way they would have voted?
Because so it would come down to the number of states, and there are more red states than there are blue states.
Why would it go to a vote to the House of Representatives?
Because that's the procedure.
Okay, so it goes to the House of Representatives, and then they decide.
Yes.
Okay.
Against the will of the American people, yes.
No, God, you have such issue with our laws. The process is in place.
My issue is with people who attempt to subvert the will of the American. You have such an issue with the will of the American people.
No.
Why? Wait. I need you to give an explanation. Why do you think that people's votes shouldn't matter?
You're putting words in my mouth. I never said that.
Why? Okay, wait. Do you think would it be okay for this to go to the House of Representatives?
Here's what I'm okay.
Yes or
with.
no? Wait, yes or no? Would it have been okay for it to go to the House of Representatives because Pence didn't perform his duty? Would that have been okay?
Sure, if that's our process.
Oh, okay. Wait. So then, why was it okay to disenfranchise all of the votes in 7 states?
That's our process. That's our process.
Oh, sure. So I just want to be clear. So you're saying that 7 states being disenfranchised is okay with you? 7 millions of people from all of these states, none of them having a vote, that's fine with you?
Oh my gosh, Ian, if that's our laws, that's our laws.
If our laws say that you can own slaves, does that make it okay?
It says you can't.
But if our laws, for a time it said that they did, so was it okay to own slaves when our laws said that you could own slaves?
Back then, that was our law.
But I'm asking you, is it okay morally?
In retrospect, of course not.
But is it okay morally?
It's easy to play Monday night quarterback, Ian.
But we can get ahead of the train. We can say this thing is wrong now. We don't need to wait for the laws to change. We can say, hey, slavery was wrong now. Lots of people did. John Brown, for example, literally fought and died because he recognized the evil of slavery. Now we can recognize that the will of the American people being subverted is wrong.
Right.
So I guess I have a really easy question for you. At least it's easy for me, but it might not be so easy for you. Do you value voting as an important part of our electoral system?
100%.
Then, okay. So if you value voting as an important part of our electoral system, then how is it consistent for you to vote for someone who on January 6th, 2021, led an insurrection against the U.S. government wherein he tried to steal power and undermine the votes of the American people?
Because
how is that consistent?
I believe in our laws.
Gotcha. Wait, so you think that it's consistent for you to value voting and also not value voting? You think that you can both value voting and also not value voting? Is that correct?
Do you think
that's a yes or no question? Is that correct? Do you both value voting and also don't value voting?
What? That's contradictory.
Yeah, exactly. You're being contradictory. Yeah.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Because wait, so if you vote for someone, if you vote because if you vote for someone who did an insurrection, if you vote for someone who subverted the vote of the people, then you do not value voting. It's not possible to value voting.
Ian, can I get in a question here?
Oh yeah. What do you want to pivot to?
No pivot.
Gotcha. Go for it.
So since this was exactly what you said, the scenario that could have happened. I imagine, especially because Trump is running now, that there must be a bill in Congress to prevent this happening again, where if the VP doesn't certify the vote and then it goes to the House and then they don't count votes, there's a bill out there, or maybe you could sponsor it, that says we can't let this happen again. Name the bill that said we've had 4 years to do it. 4 years. Has there been a bill to introduce to protect against the conspiracy that you just laid out?
I don't think you understand the way the government works very well. Do you know which branch of the government creates bills?
I believe in our law.
Can you tell me? Wait. Can you tell me what question I just asked you?
Senate. I believe in our laws.
Do you think the Senate is a branch of our government? Do you think the Senate is a branch?
It's part of a branch. It's
What's
part
the
of
branch? Which branch of the government creates laws?
It's the part of the legislative branch.
Good. Yeah, part of the legislative branch. Now, what's the split of the legislative branch?
The Senate and the House.
Oh no, what's the Democrat Republican split of the House and the Senate? What's the split?
You're not answering my question.
The question is no. What's the split of these legislative bodies?
You're not answering my question. It's yes
I
or
just
no.
answered your question. The answer is no.
Has there been a bill put in place to protect against the conspiracy that you just said, where some votes wouldn't be counted from electoral if it went to the House? Has there been a bill? Because I'm sure there must be, if that could have happened, right? Because you're so against what could have happened that I'm sure a bill must have been presented.
So what answer have I already given to this question?
So is that a yes or a no?
I told you 2 times. Do you want me to give you the answer a third time?
Has a bill been?
Wait. I want to be clear. Do you want the answer a third time?
No, I don't need it because it's no.
Yeah, as I've said 2 times already, the answer is no. So what's the split? Robert, thank you so much for the flying jets. Big W, Robert, in the comments section. Huge W. I appreciate that.
So why? Why hasn't there been a bill?
Well, there is a bill. It's the Electoral Count Act. Part of the essential process of this was to say that the Electoral Count Act wasn't real. There's a really bad echo. Can you swipe out of the app?
I'm not going to contribute more to your.
Okay, well, I accept your surrender if that's the case. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive, get baked like a baked potato, and your ankles absolutely shattered. You will never debate again. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Drop a follow if you never, ever, ever want to miss a debate in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Appreciate any and all support. If you want to join the Discord, there's a link in my bio. I would love to see you there. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. Again, in the Discord, we talk politics, religion, philosophy. I also notify you every time that I go live, so you will never miss a live because you will always be notified. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing well. Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, absolutely. He's the best candidate for sure. I just want to say something real quick, if you allow me. So, I think it's important to be accurate. Okay, a lot of people come on. I feel like they just don't really know some of the specifics. So, let's be completely accurate. Donald Trump is not a convicted rapist. That is patently
Wait, hold
false.
on.
Let me just finish. Let me just finish.
Hold on. Wait, because this doesn't respond to anything that I've said.
Okay.
Wait. I just want. So you acknowledge that you came up here to respond to nothing that I said. Is that correct?
No, I've been listening this whole time.
Gotcha. Wait. So this whole time, have I said that he's a convicted rapist?
You have not.
Perfect. So then you were responding to something that I didn't say.
I'm responding to the chat saying it.
I didn't ask. Don't care.
But,
so wait.
Wait. Let me just finish my thought.
I don't care. Is it going to be a response to the things that I am saying?
We could talk about whatever you want, but
I'm not interested in your grandstanding.
I'm not grandstanding. What I'm saying
don't talk to my chat. Talk to me.
I'm talking to you right now. What I'm saying is people in the chat, people listening.
Don't talk to my chat.
I'm not
talking. To me. Wait. So okay, that's fine. I'll lead the conversation then.
Okay,
because
sure.
You want to grandstand. So
I'm not grandstanding.
Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump launched an insurrection against our government?
Can we pivot away from that because you've been talking about that for an hour straight?
No, because this is the most important thing.
Okay, fine.
Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump launched an insurrection against the government?
I absolutely do not acknowledge that. No.
Okay. Are you aware that Donald Trump created 7 false slates of electors, which he sent to various state capitals and pressured Mike Pence to either select these electors or shrug his shoulders, declare Trump the victor, or pass it off to the House where he would have been elected against the will, to steal power against the will of the American people. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am aware of that. That's correct.
Okay, so if you think that that's correct, how does that not qualify as an insurrection?
Well, what you're referring to are two different things. You're saying, on one hand, when you say the insurrection, I'm assuming that you're talking about the storming of the Capitol building. So
No.
you're making it sound like
No.
he encouraged that. That's what you're making it sound
No.
like, which he didn't. That
Well,
was
so
my,
wait. So first of all, he did, but second of all, that's not what I'm referring to. When I say insurrection,
He didn't.
Wait,
If
when
you
I-
say
when
fight
I
like
say-
hell, if you say
when I
fight
say
like hell,
insurrection, what I'm referring to is the 7 fake slates of electors.
okay, that's fine.
Do you acknowledge that as an insurrection?
Okay, fine. Under that definition, yes, but that doesn't
Perfect.
sway
Wait,
my
so then
vote.
you
That doesn't
acknowledge
sway
that
my
Donald
vote
Trump
at all.
committed an insurrection against our government?
He actually didn't. He tried to, but he didn't succeed.
Oh, but so do you acknowledge that Donald Trump tried to
Yes.
commit an insurrection
Yes.
against our government?
Yes, I do. This is
So
going to
if
be
Donald
the only,
Trump is a
I'm gonna tell
fucking
you,
traitor,
Ian,
then
Ian,
how are
Ian,
you going to vote
I'm
for
going
him?
to tell you right now, this is the only point you're going to be able to have any validity on. Anything else I'm going to try to bring up, you're going to shut me down because you know that this is the one little point that you have. I can do this on
one
every
little
president. I
point?
can do this on every president. I
You
can
think
go back.
Jan 6th is one
I'll go
little
back to
point?
every single president and give you something they directly.
Grover Cleveland.
Come on, man. We're not back in the Stone Age. I don't know what Grover Cleveland did, but I'm saying in modern history, everybody, every single president, none of them are perfect. You think Kamala Harris is perfect? Would you like me to?
I never said that.
Can I?
She's
put
not
you-
perfect. She's not
can
an
I-
insurrectionist,
okay.
though.
Can I? Okay, I'm going to give you an example. I will play you an audio if you want of her saying.
Wait, don't pivot. Wait,
No,
so
but
because now there's a contradiction in
it's
your
not a
worldview.
pivot. It's not a pivot.
Wait. No,
You're
it is a
telling me-
pivot. Wait. Hold
you're
on.
telling
We're
me
still
how-
talking about Jan 6th.
I know because you won't get off the subject. It's
Wait.
the only thing.
So I
You
just
might
have
as well
a
change-
I have a
Why-
quick
why
question.
do you have-
Wait, do you
why do you have the
value
title, I'm voting for Harris, why are you
do you
voting for
value
Trump? You should
voting as
change
an
it.
important part of our electoral system?
Yes, I acknowledge the point already, though. So why?
Wait,
do you wanna
no.
beat it to
This
death?
is a new
Why
question.
do you
This is a
wanna
new
beat it to
question.
death?
Wait. Do you value voting as an important part of our electoral system?
Obviously, it's the most important part. Obviously, I mean. It's
So
a
okay, wait. So if
rhetorical
you
question.
value voting,
It's not a valid question.
if you value voting as an important part of our electoral system, then how is it consistent for you to vote for someone who on January 6th, 2021 led an insurrection against the US government wherein he tried to steal power and undermine the votes of the American people? How can you be consistent in these beliefs?
I mean, so the only thing you keep mentioning is this. You won't.
But
you
how
won't-
can there's an inconsistency. You
So,
can't both value
here's- so
voting
let
as
me
an
ask you a
important
question.
part of our electoral
So
process and
I
also
have a
vote for
question.
Trump.
I have a question. So
Yeah.
you're saying the other candidate is irrelevant. According to your line of thinking, the other candidate is completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter
there
what
is a
she did or didn't
performative
do.
that there is a performative contradiction in voting for Trump, that if you vote, that means that you to some degree value voting as an important part of our electoral system, otherwise you wouldn't be voting. But by voting for Trump, you are voting for someone who has undermined voting as an institution. So
Okay,
there is a performative contradiction present in voting for Trump.
Yeah, but you're sticking on this one little issue. I
It's
understand
not
you're
one,
not gonna,
it's not
you're
one
not
little
gonna
issue,
come
it's a
off as-
contradiction.
Let
Your
me ask
worldview
you-
is contradictory.
Okay. All right. But I've already acknowledged this. I've already acknowledged
That,
this.
wait, so you
But you won't
acknowledge
let
that
me-
your
you won't let me
worldview is
bring
an
up-
absurdity.
You won't let me bring up any other point.
Wait, so
We're
you
just gonna be stuck in this hole forever.
so you acknowledge that your worldview is an absurdity.
No, absolutely not.
Wait,
I
because
think-
because then
I
so
think
you would both
you
be
are
forced
harping- you
to
are
value
harping on the-
voting and
you are-
also not value
listen,
voting.
You are harping on the only point that you have, because I can give you 10 other
You
points.
can say, well, you only beat me in this one place. Yeah, W concession. I did beat you in this one place, but
So what?
I'm
I'm
telling
gonna
you,
I'm gonna beat you in 10 places
I'm,
right now.
wait,
if you
wait,
let-
wait,
if
wait,
you
wait.
let
But
me
it
change
doesn't.
the
So this
subject.
is this all of the places. This one place is prior to all of these other places.
Because you
that
won't let me
you
talk about
can't
anything else.
Vote.
You won't let me bring anything else up.
It is nonsensical for you to vote if you don't value voting.
That literally makes no sense.
It doesn't make sense that you shouldn't vote if you don't value voting. That doesn't make sense to you.
Why would you vote in the first place if you didn't value voting?
Exactly. So
Right.
if you vote for
So it makes
Trump,
no
then you
sense.
don't value voting because Trump tried to take away voting.
Okay, I
which
do
means
val-
that there is
I
a
do- but
logical
you're
contradiction
you're
in voting
actually-
for Trump. That the only way that you can vote for Trump is if you are illogical.
In your opinion, that's your opinion. I'm gonna vote for him, and I do value voting.
Yeah, wait. So
Can I bring up
you
some other
can't do
issues?
that though
Can I
because
just bring
there's
up?
no consistent way. You didn't
Okay,
answer the
so I'm
question
not allowed
earlier.
to vote because
Wait,
you
wait,
said
wait. You didn't answer
Ian
the
on the
question
live stream
earlier.
says I'm not
How
allowed
is
to vote,
how are
so I
your
can't vote.
values consistent? You can't consistently vote for Trump and also value democracy.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Refute it.
You won't let me bring up any other points. We're just stuck in this hole right here. Where you want
Yeah,
to
wait.
be here
I'm
all
asking you
day.
about this point. Refute this point.
Say it again.
Yeah, so how is it consistent for you to vote for someone who on January 6th, 2021 led an insurrection against the United States government wherein he tried to steal power and undermine the votes of the American people? How is that consistent?
How is that consistent with me being able to vote for him?
How is that consistent with you valuing voting as an important part of our electoral process?
I do value voting. What he did, I don't condone. I don't agree with it. He was a sore loser, basically.
But how do you?
It's not going to stop me from voting for him. Just
How can
because
you
of the fact.
value voting and also
Did
vote
he
for someone
eventually
who tried to
concede the
take away
election?
voting?
Did he
How can you
eventually
how can you
concede
do
the
both of these
election?
things at the same time?
Did he eventually concede the election?
Nope. To this day, he hasn't conceded the election.
Neither is Hillary Clinton. She still says it
Yeah,
got
she
stolen from
conceded
her.
the very same day.
She still says it got stolen from her, and she said that it would.
She has never said
She's
that it
go
got
on YouTube
stolen.
and look it up. There's videos of her being interviewed.
Yeah,
where
wait.
she says
So
it
what
will
you're
come up. She says it'll come
TR?
up in
Thank
the
you so much for the
future.
10-cent subscriptions.
She says it'll come up in the future that this was stolen from me. That's what she said. Nancy Pelosi said the same thing.
Wait. Let's stay on one nonsensical point at a time. Do you want to hear her concession speech?
I know she made a concession speech, but
So you acknowledge that she conceded.
she made a concession speech, but she also contradicted herself by saying in multiple interviews that she believes the election was stolen. It would come out in the future that it was stolen from her. That's what she said. But
Which
I
interview
just
are you
want to get
referring
away
to?
from this.
Wait,
January
no,
6th.
don't pivot,
It's the only thing we want to talk about.
We got a running Randy over here. So what's the interview wherein she says that it was stolen?
What does a running Randy mean?
You're running from the argument. What's the interview wherein she says that the election was stolen from her? Give the interview.
It's on YouTube. You could look it
Yeah,
up.
wait. So if I Google Hillary Clinton election stolen, the election was stolen
Yeah.
from me, is anything going to come up?
On YouTube it will. Yeah, I watched it. It was on some talk show or something. It was her
Yeah, which
saying
one?
it. My friend, I don't remember. I can.
Gotcha. So
I can play-
your source,
listen.
your evidence, you left it in your other pants.
No, I didn't need to bring you evidence. You look it up, you'll find it. It's very, very, very easy to find. It's not hidden somewhere. It's not some fake source. It's not a news article. It's her saying it. But I could play you audio of Kamala Harris saying that she should have the right to go into people's houses and check how their guns are stored. What do you think about that?
Let's not pivot away from this.
Well, what if
There's still a
Donald-
contradiction.
what if
There's a
Donald-
contra-
no, but
wait,
it's all
wait,
along the same
wait.
lines.
You don't understand. Your worldview has been reduced to absurdity. You
Oh, I see.
literally, that philosophically, because of the contradiction that's present in your worldview, literally everything is true just by the principle of explosion. Your worldview is an absurdity.
Listen, that's your opinion. A lot of people disagree with you. You're not even
The only way
letting
to
me-
vote for
you're
Trump
not
is with
even
cognitive
letting me-
dissonance.
You're not even letting me give you any.
I was going to let you at the
other
beginning, but then
views.
you just started yapping about nonsense. So now you've been reduced to absurdity, and you're
What
trying
was the
to
nonsense?
you're
You called me Randy Runner.
gnawing
I
your
don't
own
even know what
leg
you're
off
talking
trying to
about.
get away from this point. I'm not going to let you pivot.
Okay, so we'll keep talking about January.
Wait, do you
6th until-
concede?
For how long?
Do you concede that Donald Trump is a traitor to our country?
Absolutely not.
Oh, do you think that an insurrection is treason or is like traitorous to our country?
No, I don't think that's treason. I think giving away
So you
government
think that you can
secrets, giving away
think you
government
can
secrets like
attempt
the
to
lady from
overthrow the U.S.
China
government?
that worked for Coca-Cola, that's treason. Not what he did. No.
Wait, so could you give me a definition of traitor?
In my opinion, it's somebody who gives away government secrets to other countries.
That's the only definition of traitor?
But
Wait,
that's
so
not a
if I
traitor?
win,
Is that a traitor? Yes or no?
that's an example of a traitor, but there
Okay,
are more
that's what you
examples
asked
of
me.
traitor.
Oh, so I gotta give you
but
every
I'm looking for
definition that
I'm
you
looking for a
want.
definition, not an
Yeah.
example.
Well, I gave you a definition.
That's not a definition
Okay,
though,
here
because
comes
there's
the
more. Wait, so
definition.
wait, Snooki. Wait, so if I went and tried to and like firebombed the White House, would that be would I be a traitor to the country?
If you firebomb the White House,
would I be a traitor to the country?
I'm gonna say yes.
Oh, wait, but I didn't leak information to foreign governments.
So did you ever look up any definition at all? There's 4 or 5 different definitions of the same.
Yeah, which definition are we going with?
I gave you my definition of it.
And
I'm not allowed to have my own
also,
definition.
wait, so
I'm not
because
going to
Trump
dispute yours, but I'm allowed mine.
Wait. So because Trump shared national secrets in the documents case, you would say that he's a traitor?
I don't believe that. I'm sorry. I don't believe that.
Oh,
He's
wait,
sharing
are
national
you
secrets.
aware that Trump released like Israeli intelligence to Russia?
I mean, how do you prove that? Where's your source?
It's just a fact that's out there in the world. Wait, do you want the source
Hillary
that
Clinton said
Trump?
that it'll come out in the future? That was a known fact, but you don't have a source. But you're asking me for where I saw it on YouTube.
Well, wait, because
Anybody
I'm not
could look it
defending
up
that
right now.
claim.
Anybody could look up what I said right now and find it. Or if you want, I'll message it to you later. I can't do it while I'm on the live with you, but I'll message it to you.
Yeah, wait. So, according to NBC News, Trump shared national intelligence with Russia.
Okay, it's a bit vague, but I don't. Why would he do that? How would it benefit him to do that?
Because he just likes to yap. Because there's literally
so now I'm
a
gonna say
Kremlin.
your worldview
There is a
insane, like you
Kremlin
said to me.
document.
He's
There's
going to leak-
there's a Kremlin document wherein Trump is marked as being easily manipulatable.
Okay, and Putin endorsed Kamala Harris. So what's your point?
Have you seen the video wherein Putin
What's your
endorsed Kamala Harris?
Have I seen the video?
Have you seen the video?
No, I haven't.
So he does the endorsement with a smirk and saying that he likes her laugh.
So now you're interpreting his body language. You're
Because
body
it's
language
pretty
interpreting.
clear. Wait,
listen,
we don't.
you use
listen,
everything.
Listen,
everything,
between the two of us,
you'll look at
between
two
the two of
things.
us,
Yeah.
like I can't be the one who's picking up on social cues. It's just not going to work out.
What you're saying
the,
makes
the
you,
fact
you,
of the matter
you've
is
contradicted
that he
yourself
was
at least 5
smirking
times.
and
You've contradicted
saying
yourself at
that
least
he
5
liked
times.
her laugh. The thing that conservatives make fun of her for.
He smirks all the time. What's your point? You're not a body
Wait,
language.
he doesn't
expert.
smirk all the time. In fact,
not
he has
a
a
body
pretty,
lang-
he has
you're
a
not a
pretty
body
negative
language.
social
Okay.
facial expression all the time. Do
Hey,
you want to
you're the
watch
one-
the
you're the
video?
one that-
It's pretty obvious that
you're
it's
the one that-
sarcasm.
you're the one
It's
that
like
brought
very
him up.
obviously tongue in cheek.
You're the one that brought him up in the first place. So.
Oh yeah, wait, but no, because you pivoted to this because you said that a traitor is anyone who leaks national secrets to a foreign government.
Right, and I'm supposed to.
So
believe,
do you
Can I just,
acknowledge?
can I just repeat what
Do you
said? I'm gonna
acknowledge that
repeat
Trump
what you
leaked
said
foreign
verbatim.
secrets?
No, I don't. Let me repeat what I
Wait,
answered your question.
So
I
what's
want
your
to repeat
critique
what
of
you
the story?
said. You don't want me to repeat it because it's so ridiculous.
What's your critique of the
wanna
story
repeat
then?
what
What's your
you
critique of the
said,
story?
brother. Let me repeat what
That's
you
fine.
said.
Wait, that's fine. I'm just gonna ask you really quickly. The next question's easy. What's your critique of the story of Donald Trump leaking national secrets? Go for it. You're muted. You gotta unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's your critique of the story of Donald Trump leaking national secrets?
It's got a weird echo now since I did that. Can you hear me well?
Do you want to swipe up and then come back?
I think the audio's messed up.
Yeah, it is messed up. Wait, you need to swipe out of the app and then come back. So the story, for those interested, Israel was the source of ISIS-related intelligence that President Donald Trump shared with Russia last week, according to 3 government officials with knowledge of the matter. There's this other one from the Washington Post that says Trump revealed highly classified information to Russian foreign minister and ambassador. Oop, I accept your surrender. Scrambled like an omelet, folded like a chair, reformatted like a hard drive, get your ankles absolutely shattered. You will never ever debate again. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. Make sure you double tap it on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. As we go to the very next guest. If you never want to miss a debate in the future, make sure you are double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. What's up? How's it going, Steve?
Not too bad. How are you doing?
Doing well. Are you voting for Trump?
No, but I do want him to win, and I have a reason for that.
I'm confused.
Well, I'm kind of I'm torn between the two parties for a myriad of reasons. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are supporting several different G words around the world and are funding, by way of American taxpayer dollars, T word organizations, formerly referred to as the only democracy in the Middle East, to carry out that, as well as funding Ukraine. And I just feel like a lot of tax dollars are going out of America where they could be used to help, the homeless, children, infrastructure, schools, medical, like all of our money's going to horrible causes.
I totally agree with you. I think our money is going to horrible causes, that it is funding tons of G-sides around the world. There's going to be a couple of things. First, I think the money that goes to funding Ukraine is worth it for our geopolitical interests, that we have a big vested interest in beating Russia and not being launched into like a World War II style scenario where we have all these like really powerful countries. I think it's really good that we're keeping these countries who have really bad intentions in check. But in terms of like funding G-sides, Trump is just going to be like exponentially worse. Unfortunately, no choice is still a choice, and if you don't do what it takes to, if you could choose an option that's like bad but better than the alternative option, and you don't pick that option, and then the alternative option gets chosen, then you're responsible for that. That the difference between these two is on you. That it's our job to, it's our responsibility to mitigate these things. And Kamala has gone out and supported like an end to the G side, that she has empathy, although not the proper amount of it. She needs much more of it, but she supports ending the situation in Gaza, the G side that's going on there.
So you're specifically focused on foreign policy, and I'm not just laser focused on just foreign policy as it comes to my disapproval or unapproval of her and Biden. It's not just either or. I don't approve of what's going on. They are still funding cop cities just popping up all around the world. A few years ago, or maybe even as recently as earlier this year, they were talking about cop cities popping up in Georgia, but there's actually cop cities popping up all over. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with a cop city, or they are literal towns being constructed so that cops who are being trained by the IDF can learn how to best attack the citizens.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly don't support cop cities. Now, could you enlighten me about Trump's policy as to how Trump is going to end cop cities?
I don't think he has a policy for that. He's like
Gotcha.
a
Wait,
dog
so then,
with a bone.
So if on this field they're equal, they're exactly equivalent, why would I ever prefer Trump to Kamala?
See, that's not what I said. Those two things, we're looking at I see a 6, you see a 9. You're saying he doesn't have a policy towards Cop City is what you heard. But what I mean is I don't think that he has a policy to erect cop cities. I feel like that
He doesn't have a policy to erect them?
To build them and fund them, to take tax dollars and U.S. tax dollars and fund them for them to be built and run and owned and operated by essentially a foreign national group. Well, no, they're not being built, but they're bringing in members of the IDF to train American cops on how to best punish the American citizens.
And which Kamala policy is this?
I don't know it's a specific policy. I couldn't tell you, look up legislation 45-A in this act when they were passing this bill. That's where they snuck it in. Couldn't tell you specifically that. However, I know that that's when it started, was when Biden got in office. They started literally erecting cop cities, not just in Georgia, all over. And I don't have my tablet in front of me, so I can't pull up. But like when I was looking into this about 3 weeks ago, I was like, oh, there's more than one. There's a bunch, and they're being built all over, and no one's talking about it. So I'm not for that. And as far as foreign policy with the Ukraine issue, I'm not a fan of Ukraine. I understand that they give up their nukes and we're supposed to protect them. However, if you look and dig a little deeper into Ukraine, they have some Snazis over there, lots of Snazis, and they're very anti-black.
Damn,
Now,
you drank hard from the Putin disinfo well.
No.
Why do you
No, no.
want the evil rape army to win? Are you aware that Russia uses rape as a tool of war?
I feel like the American army does as well, and I do not want Russia to win. This
Whoa,
is where
whoa, whoa, because so if you look through, there's like rape goes like way underreported in the U.S. Army. That's true, and it needs to be prosecuted way more. That's also true. We have a huge systemic problem. All of this is true. If you look at American like military tactical playbooks, you're not going to find the one that describes how it's advantageous to go and like grape all of the people. If you look in the Russian playbooks, you will. Why do you want the evil grape army to win the war?
Sir, I don't think you understand me. I'm a little bit of an anarchist in this right here, the specific thing. I do not want Russia to air quotes or quote unquote win the grape war or whatever you're saying.
Why? No, I'm just asking you, why do you want the evil grape army, the army that utilizes systematically grape as a tool of war, why do you want the evil grape army to win the war?
Sir, I think you heard me a second ago.
You said you're an anarchist. That's great. But if you're an anarchist, then you should know that your ideology is going to be an outcome of the superstructure, that it doesn't actually change the material base, that the only way to change the material base is by wielding political power. Putin doesn't give a fuck that you're an anarchist.
Oh, I know. And I've said it twice, and I'll say it a third time. Hopefully you're more receptive. I do not want, quote unquote, Russia to win said war. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying just because you're an underdog doesn't make you a good guy. And I hope that you understand what I'm trying to say.
I never said that they're good because they're an underdog. This is a straw man of my position.
Well, no, you just made a straw man of my position when you said I want
This is a whataboutism. So you acknowledge that you made a straw man of my position?
No, I was just turnabout is fair
Okay,
game.
wait. Who do you want to win the war between Ukraine and Russia?
That is where the American exceptionalism in you is showing, and I hope that fragility doesn't rear its ugly head when I say this, because it doesn't come from a place of hate. I view both of those countries as outsiders.
That's nice. Which do you want to win the war?
I do not care about either of them. That is where my
You don't care. You don't care about all the grapes that occur because of the Russian army?
Well, if you didn't accept my answer, you don't want me here in a second.
It's a yes or no question. Do you or do you not care?
So I don't
So you don't care about the war, the grapes.
I don't accept your depiction as factual. I understand that you do.
You deny that grapes are occurring systematically as a tool of the Russian army?
No, the way you depicted it as if it's in their playbook, I don't know where you got that from, but you told me that I was delving into propaganda. Propaganda street. It is 100% a two-way street. You can pull up some their arm used.
Is this? Yeah, damn. Dude, Ukraine just took out this dude's Wi-Fi. Your Wi-Fi is terrible.
I'm in the middle of nowhere.
So according to the American Bar Association, Russian forces have been carrying out sexual assaults as a deliberate tactic to dehumanize their victims as part of their military strategy.
Can you pull up in the American Bar Association? Okay, because you're using that as a source. I that's what I said.
Damn, Zelensky is taking this guy out. That's crazy. Your Wi-Fi is terrible, friend.
I'm still here.
Not really.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So what am I looking
up?
at?
I'm gonna pull over in a second. I don't know. I'm in the middle of it.
Oh wait, are you driving?
Ukraine official.
You can't be driving. That's one of the rules of TikTok TOS. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Let's get all the way up to 200K likes. Share it with your friends. Drop a follow as well if you never want to miss a single debate in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Appreciate any and all support. If you want to join the community, if you're 18 or older, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. We talk politics, religion, and philosophy. I'm very active in there, and you can feel free to ask me any questions you want. What's up, Brodo? How's it going?
Oh, not too bad. How about yourself?
Yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Why?
Just his policy. Like, I just think he has better policy. Why are you?
Okay.
Are you so,
Which can you name a Kamala Harris policy that you're unhappy with?
no, I can't.
Gotcha. Wait. So how can you claim that Trump has better policies if you don't even know what Kamala Harris's policies are?
I just wanted to hear like your point of view why you're voting for Harris. I'm kind of uneducated on this whole.
Okay. So I'm voting for Harris mostly because Donald Trump attempted an insurrection against the United States government. So are you aware that Donald Trump created 7 fake slates of electors and pressured Mike Pence to select these 7 fake slates of electors or pass the vote down to the Senate on January 6th? He pressured him first with words and then with violence. Are you aware of any of that?
I mean, not really. I don't pay too close attention, but if that's all like factual, that's literally insane.
Yeah, it is. That's so. If you want to read up more on this, you should look up the Eastman memo. Eastman is Trump's lawyer, where they lay out the plan for Mike Pence to go onto the floor of Congress during like the vote certification on January 6th and say, well, ECA, the Electoral Count Act, that's unconstitutional. I'm just going to do it the Mike way. And then he then selects the fake electors that Donald Trump and Eastman had slated. It's called the Eastman memo again. It's pretty crazy, and you should read into it because they tried to coup our government.
Yeah, I definitely will. That's insanity.
Yeah. Well, do you have, I guess, I don't know, do you have anything else for me?
No, other than I see your other lives and stuff, like your religion debates and stuff, and I'm a big fan.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. That's so kind of you.
Yeah, you make my work days a lot less boring. I won't lie.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll consider this like a troll thing or whatever, but I'm not voting for Trump. I just said that so we could talk for a minute. I just wanted
Aw, that's sweet of you.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you coming on up here. Fuck.
Yeah.
God damn it. I'm like all fucking white lighting, please. Okay, cool. We're good. Yeah, W guessed, but that's so sweet. I appreciate that. As we go to the very next guest. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 200K likes. Drop a follow, all that good stuff. Share it with your friends. What's up? How's it going? How are you voting for Trump?
No, I just wanted to say that I have a lung disease called cystic fibrosis, and your lives really help me when I'm in the hospital and at the doctor and in pain a lot. It makes things a lot easier. So I just wanted to say thank you,
That's
man.
so sweet of you. Oh my God. I'll drop you a follow for that one. You're so
Thank you.
sweet. Big W guest in the comment section.
Just keep doing what you're doing, man. You help a lot of people without realizing it. So
Hey, thank you so much. That's genuinely like the kindest thing anyone's ever said to me about these lives. Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah. Damn, I'm gonna get like teary if I think about that more. But I appreciate that. That's so cool. Big W guest again. I really appreciate that. What's up? How's it going, The Real? Carrie, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, 100%.
Why?
Why exactly would you be voting for Kamala?
Because Donald Trump attempted an insurrection against the U.S. government. Are you aware that Donald Trump created 7 fake slates of electors and then pressured Mike Pence into selecting them first
No,
with
he
words and
came
then with
out-
violence?
I mean, he came out and said a speech, and he said to go there in peace, but yeah, I'm unaware of any of that, of any kind of where he says there's violence or anything like that. He came out and Preach
So,
peace.
so there's a couple of things. First, the insurrection is not like the people storming the Capitol. That's part of the insurrection, but that's not the insurrection. The actual insurrection is the 7 fake slates of electors that Donald Trump created. So if you're unaware of that, then you probably want to look up the Eastman memo in relation to that. But are you aware that Donald Trump doesn't contest a single fact of what I just said, that his defense in court is that he can't be prosecuted for the things that he did as the president? Not that he didn't do a coup, that he didn't do an insurrection, but that he can't be prosecuted for it. Are you aware of that?
I mean, it's irrelevant now. I mean, to be honest,
Why is that irrelevant?
When you really sit here and look at things like BLM and you want to compare that to January 6th, I mean, there was a lot more property damage, a lot more lives lost. So, I mean, if you want to go to something like that, that's.
And which one am I voting for in the upcoming election?
Which one are you voting for?
Yeah, which one am I voting for in the upcoming election?
Neither one, but I'm making a comparison.
Well, you are voting for one
I'm making
because
a comparison.
Donald Trump is the mastermind, or we use mastermind loosely. He is a core element of the
BLM
January
was a
6th
left
insurrection.
agenda, and BLM was a left agenda. So, what's the difference?
And what is so?
Something like
First of all,
Kamala Harris
wait, do you
supported as
actually
well.
think that one, the BLM protests could have resulted in the American government being gone, or two, that the majority of BLM protests were violent?
The
Do you
American
actually believe
government was
that?
never gone. He's already had a 4-year term, and it was our greatest 4-year term we've ever seen.
But
with the
it
economy
could have
and
we could have
everything else.
lost our democracy. Do you understand
Did
that?
we?
That if Mike Pence
Did we?
selected the fake slates of electors,
Did we,
or if
though?
he shrugged his shoulders and said, "Well, I'm only going to count the ones where it's unambiguous," or
Did we,
if he
though?
said, if he shrugged his shoulders and threw it down to the House, that in any of these 3 scenarios, Donald Trump would have been selected as president against the will of the American people. Are you aware of that?
I mean, did he though? Did he? Did
He
it
did.
happen?
Yes,
Did it
it's well
happen?
documented.
It never happened.
Well,
We
that
still have a
that that
democracy.
the
We still-
plot
we still have
was
that
put into
one.
place. Wait, so
There's
why
no
did
plot
Donald
put into
Trump get a new
place.
running mate? Why is he not running with Mike Pence?
Because Mike Pence was not running. He didn't want to run with him. He dropped out of
Prove
the race
it.
with him.
Prove
He
it.
dropped out of the race with him. What are you talking about?
Prove it. Source it. Prove it.
Source it. I mean,
Source it. Prove it.
computer right now. So
Okay, we can just look this up.
agree.
Did Trump try to pick Mike Pence as vice president in 2024? So I get this Washington Post article that says Trump chooses a vice president that would do what Mike Pence wouldn't do.
Wait, what?
So I have literally no source saying that he tried to pick Mike Pence as his running mate. So why did Donald Trump not pick Mike Pence as his running mate?
I'm not saying he did. I'm saying, like, why would he choose? Like, why?
Well, I'm giving you the reason why he wouldn't choose it is because Mike Pence didn't go through with his coup attempt.
There was no coup attempt.
So do you wait? So what of
There
what
was
I've
no
said
coup
either
attempt
doesn't
there.
qualify as a coup, or isn't true? Which of what I just said? Or
There was no
do
coup
you
attempt
do you
there.
have no idea and do you admit that you need to go back to the drawing board before
I
you even
mean-
begin to have an opinion on this?
I don't have an opinion on it because I'm not familiar with the vice president. I'm familiar with the
You
president.
said that it didn't
and what the
happen. That
president
there was
has
no.
already
You
done.
literally said there was no coup. You do have an opinion on it.
What the president has already done, though.
Yeah, it was an attempted coup.
No, there was no attempted coup. There was a great economy,
So, okay,
and then
so-
he had a great 4-year term, greatest 4-year term we've ever seen. in
So
America.
which of
Well,
what
I mean-
which of the facts that I've laid out? Either I'll give you the options again.
There's no fact
Option
of
one.
that. There's no fact
You
of
tell
that.
me
I'd
which
I'd
facts
love to
don't
see- I'd love to see
qualify
the
as a
fact of
coup.
the coup
Two,
that
you
you
tell
are
me which of the
referring
facts
to.
I've laid out aren't true. Or three, you admit you have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I'm saying I'd love to see the facts of the coup that you're.
What?
Please
Yeah,
pull
that's
those up and
yes.
show me then.
Yeah.
Show
So
me
the
that.
facts of the coup
Show me that.
are that Donald Trump created 7 fake slates of electors that he sent to state capitals and pressured Mike Pence to do one of 3 things. 1, select the fake electors and declare Trump the winner. 2, refuse to evaluate any of these electors and declare Trump the winner. Or 3, pass it down to the houses where it gets voted on by state. Majority of states are Republican, therefore Donald Trump wins in this scenario as well. So, and he pressured him first with words and then with violence to do this action that was against the will of the American people to steal power. So, which part of that is
your
either not
biggest
true,
points, your biggest
or
points
do
are
you
just
not
negatives of the
or
right
do you not
side.
think actually fits as a coup, or are you
What
ready
is
to
what
admit
is
that
the
you have no
greatest
idea
thing
what you're
that
talking
what
about?
is the best thing that Kamala is going to do for this country? What do
you
you
want
believe?
to you want to pivot so damn hard.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking
I
you.
just, wait, I asked you. I'm not
You-
going to let you pivot away
no,
from this.
I'm asking you.
I'm
what
not
is-
going to let you
why,
pivot
why
away
would
from
why
this.
why would you point fingers
I'm
and
not.
say,
I'm not.
okay,
I'm
he's
not
so
letting
bad.
you
Well,
pivot
tell me
away
why
from
she's
this.
so
Answer the
good.
question.
Tell me why she's so
Wait.
good.
Answer the question.
Tell me why she is so good.
Wait. Answer the question. Wait. You're running.
I'm not-
You're running away from the question.
I'm really not.
Yeah. Wait. So I gave you 3 options. Which of the 3 options are you going with?
Which are the 3 options that I'm going with?
Yeah. I'll give you them for probably a 4th or 5th time. So option 1. You tell me which of what I just said doesn't qualify as an insurrection or a coup. Option 2, you point out to me what I just said isn't true. Option 3,
Show me
you
that it
admit
is
that
true.
you don't. Wait. You haven't even heard the 3 options. Option 3, you admit that you have no idea what you're talking about and need to go back to the drawing board before you even begin to have an opinion on this topic.
Show me that it is true.
Yeah, I can show
Why
that.
do
So
I
I
have
can
to
show
show
you
you
that
that
it
it's
is true
untrue?
very easily. So the first place that it's true is in the Eastman memos. Literally, Trump's lawyer, who he consulted with, the fact that this was supported and driven by Trump is true throughout all of the timeline, given the January 6th committee, as well as you can literally
Nothing
just hear the
happened in
words.
January
Wait,
6th.
hold
How many
on.
people died on January
Wait,
6th?
hold on. Wait, hold on. I'm not going to let you pivot away from this. You asked me to prove that it's true. That's what I'm doing. Now, do you reject that the Eastman memo says this, or are you ready to admit that you have no idea what you're talking about?
No, I said prove to me that it's true. You said it
That
has
the
something to do
Eastman
with
memo
Israel.
is true?
Yeah,
That the Eastman memo is true?
yeah.
The Eastman memo.
And what that entails.
Yeah, wait. So what's do you trust the Independent, that the news organization?
The Independent?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, I'm not too familiar with
Yeah,
them.
so the article name is Trump Coup Memo Author Asked for Pardon and Lobbied Pence to Overturn Election After the Riot.
So it had to deal with the frauded election, which did happen.
It had to do with the coup.
It had to deal with the frauded election, which did happen.
Do you think, wait, are you aware that all the claims of election fraud were investigated, and
They
the
were
outcome
investigated,
was
though. It
that,
happened in Arizona,
every
and
single
then
one of
they
them,
shut it
except
down.
one, was thrown out largely by Trump-appointed judges? Are you aware of that fact?
That is not what happened. They went to recount
That is
Arizona,
exactly
and
what
then, and then they
happened.
hushed and threw it under the table. That's exactly
Most of these cases were thrown out by Trump-appointed judges.
No, that is just not true.
Want to bet?
Yeah, that is just not true at all.
Wait,
I
bet,
mean, it was
bet
all
me
hush-hush,
$200 that none of these cases were thrown out by Trump-appointed judges. Bet me $200 right now.
They were not. I mean, they were
Wait,
not.
wait. Put your money where your mouth is if you're certain about it. Bet me $200 right now.
I have no reason to put money up.
Yeah, because you know you're full of shit. So let's get
I'm
back to the
not full of
point.
shit.
So I'll just ask you again: are you aware that every single one of these claims was investigated, and that every
my God,
single
because
one of these claims, except
I
one, was
don't
thrown
understand
out by
why
lawyers
the left
or
is
by
so-
the judges, largely by judges that Trump appointed? Are you aware of that?
That's just not true. There was a recount in Arizona, and there was no recounts in any other
And
state.
what was the
in
result
any
of the
other swing
recount?
state.
What was
It
the
was to
result of the
left,
recount?
But there was multiple other swing states that still needed to be accounted.
What was the result of the recount?
It was to the left. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So they only
So
do one
where's the
recount?
fraud?
If
Show me the
one's good,
fraud.
it's all good.
So if one's good, then one's good.
If one's good, then that makes all swing states good.
Do you have any evidence that they're not good? Because you're making the claim that they're
There was no
corrupt.
recount. There was no recount.
Why should there be a recount when none's necessary?
If one is good, that means they're all good. That's just not
I'm
true.
just asking you, why, if the margins are such that it doesn't trigger a recount, why in these situations should there be a recount? Also, wait, so how many swing states was there a recount in?
It was only in Arizona.
Recounts were so Arizona held a recount, Wisconsin held a recount, Texas held a recount, Georgia held a recount,
Texas,
Pennsylvania held a recount.
There was only one in Arizona that really mattered. I mean, in Pennsylvania, but besides that.
So wait. Do you acknowledge that the claim you made like
I mean,
5
honestly, I'm
minutes
not
ago?
100% because I don't know where you're getting the information from. But the claim that I
Well,
made,
so the source is Reuters. The title is "Contrary to social media posts, recounts of the 2020 U.S. presidential elections were not conducted in 46 states."
What? What'd you say?
So the source is Reuters, Reuters.com. Article name is "Contrary to social media posts, recounts of the 2020 U.S. presidential elections were not conducted in 46 states."
Yeah, so they weren't conducted in 46 states, but they were.
Wait. So it's the headline says that this isn't true. That I read out the states that they were conducted in.
Okay, so they were conducted in Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania.
Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin,
Multiple
Texas,
other swing states still.
Pennsylvania.
That still could have been.
So which swing states did you want recounted?
It doesn't matter. I mean, either way.
Wait. No. You have no idea. You have no idea. You have no idea. Which swing states?
What would it matter? I mean,
wait, you have no
if I
idea.
have
You're
an idea or not.
clueless.
It should have been.
You're absolutely
recounted as a whole.
floundering. You have no clue.
It should have been
which
recounted as a
which
whole.
swing states?
It should have
which
been
swing
recounted
states
as a
do you want to
whole.
recount in?
It should have been
You're
recounted as a whole.
clueless. You have no idea.
It should have been a federal instituted recount. So I mean, I don't know.
And so who was president at the time?
Who was president at the time?
Yeah.
Donald Trump. What do you
Yeah.
mean?
So you're saying that Trump failed to do the federally instituted recount?
No, I'm saying that it.
So
never
he
went
succeeded in doing the federally instituted
passed
recount?
through. That's not something that a president can just sign off on. That's not something that a president can just pass to go through. That has to go through multiple. That has to go through Congress. Like, what are you talking about?
God, wait, so you wanted a
Congress.
federally instituted recount. Do you think that we should have a federally instituted recount for all of our elections?
No, I think we should have it for that one specifically.
Why?
Huh?
Why?
Because it was something that swung overnight, which was very astronomical. Like, it was something that was never seen before in an election.
No, we know exactly what happened here. It's that we know that that the mail-in ballots were going to break heavily for Democrats because they were following COVID protocols, so they weren't going to in-person voting booths. Which, like, everyone knew that this was going to happen. Literally everyone. There's literally a Bernie Sanders speech from, like, I think November 3rd, where he calls it bar for bar. He says, here's what's going to happen. It might be the case that Donald Trump, like, attempts to call it because mail-in ballots are expected to break heavily for Democrats this year. And in this case, then slowly it's going to trickle in all of the Democrat-leaning votes from the mail-in ballots. This is well known. Nobody contests this.
COVID protocol, which was also a hoax, but okay.
Do you have literally any evidence?
Any evidence of what? COVID being a hoax?
Yeah.
I mean, how many boosters do you have, man?
I don't know. I've lost count. Like 4? 3, 4?
You want to keep getting those?
Wait, how many flu shots have you gotten?
None. Not a single
None? Damn, bro's a biohazard.
Not a single one. There's no.
Yeah. Bro is a menace to society.
I'm a menace.
Yeah, wait, so what's your evidence that all these people, what would they die from?
More people died from the flu that year.
Wait, what did all these people die from?
More people died from the flu.
So I think you're a bit confused about this. So the problem. So first of all, COVID carries with it long COVID, which is a debilitating disability. For some people, it's lifelong.
And how many people died from COVID?
How many people? We can look that up. That's an empirical question.
And then how many people died from the flu in the same year that COVID hit?
From COVID. So I think what you don't understand is, one, all the side effects of COVID, and two, the fact that when it infects somebody in a certain age group or status, that it is very certain to kill them, that there's a high probability of it killing people. That's what made COVID so deadly. That's why all the masking was about, is because of the efficacy
And the
that
masks were
COVID had
proved
at
wrong.
unaliving these groups
even-
with compromised immune systems.
The top doctor even came out and said the masks were wrong. Like they were completely wrong. Why don't we wear masks now if they're so important?
Because, well, so first of all, lots of people would probably say that you should be wearing masks still. But second of all,
So do you wear a mask?
Oh, no, I don't. But that's because I don't live up to my ideals. But so specifically, when it comes down to the masks, there's like good data on the masks, and I'd be happy to cite you some if you're interested.
Good data on the mask. There's not good data on the mask. There's
Do you want to bet?
nothing successful.
Wait. So okay, wait. Let's just look it up. Peer-reviewed studies on mask efficacy. Yeah. So, are you willing to accept effectiveness of face masks for reducing transmission of SARS-CoV-2? A rapid systematic review.
Sure. I mean, I guess we'll go with all your sources.
This rapid systematic review of evidence asks whether 1, wearing a face mask, 2, one type of COVID over another, and 3, mandatory mask policies can reduce the transmission of SARS-CoV-2 infections either in community-based or healthcare settings. A search of studies published 1st of January 2020 through 27 January 2023 yielded 5,185 unique records. Due to positive random controlled trials, observational studies were included in the analysis. We analyzed 35 studies in community settings and 40 healthcare settings. 95% of studies included were conducted before highly transmissible Omicron variants. 91% of observationals were at critical risk bias in at least one domain, often failing to separate the effects of masks from concurrent interventions. More studies found that masks and mask mandates reduced infection than found no effect. We have 83% of these studies finding that masks and mask mandates reduced infection, and we have 8 of this 65 we have 12% saying that they have no effect, and we have 2% saying that they're like harmful. So systematically, if we look at the data, 83% of studies on this topic, the overwhelming majority find that masks are effective. So what's your evidence? Go.
So it was a small study that was done. Small study.
No. This is a systematic review. This is a study of studies.
And with what masks? Like, I mean, there's multiple variables there, because I mean, there's multiple masks that like people would wear. Like, I mean, like what are you talking about? That's just not something that is very effective when it's.
Could you give me the name of? Wait. So you are you? So I just want to be clear. So you're saying the type of masks that's used in this study is important to you?
It could be. I mean, were not other masks more effective than other ones?
Could you give me the name of one type of mask?
Give you the name? There's
if you care about masks, if the type of mask is important to you, can you name one type of mask?
There's N95s. Like, I mean,
So if we look at the masks, despite the ROB and allowing for uncertain variability, we conclude that wearing higher quality masks, respirators, generally reduced SARS-CoV-2 transmission in these populations. It's used masks, N95, KN95, FFP2 masks are the ones
that were being used for the.
That are used for the study, yes, correct.
Okay. So, and it was a study of small people, like it was a small study.
No, it's a study of studies. So each of these studies might contain, it probably says here somewhere.
Either way, it's different variables in the small studies. The small studies.
Yeah, but it's like evaluating them as a whole. So, Yeah, we'll just go through and find it. Okay, wait. So it says 11% reduction. Okay, wait. So if that's 11%, then that's going to be 1541 divided by 0.11. This is a study of 14,000 people.
Okay, so a small study.
A small study of 14,000? Are you
I
kidding?
mean, it affected all of America.
Do you know anything about studies?
That's below 1% of.
Do you know? Wait. Do you think
that's
that
below 1%
for
of
a
American
study to be effective,
population.
that it needs to study literally every single member of the population? Do you actually think that?
That's below 1% of the population.
Do you understand how statistics work at all?
That's below 1% of America's population.
Okay, so let me break this down for you. So the way statistics work is that we evaluate the likelihood that this would happen just by chance. Now, as the population increases, this is something called the law of large numbers. As the sample size increases, there's going to be a strong tendency for the actual value to come into effect, that the actual fact of the matter will be readily seen the larger population you have. At a certain point, there's a big drop-off where adding more people to the population doesn't actually substantially change it. So at the point in time when you're at 14,000 people, it doesn't matter how many you add. Your data isn't going to change substantially.
It definitely would. I mean, depending on...
Prove it.
Like, what?
Prove it. Go ahead, prove it.
That wouldn't change if you go up in the
Prove
study. Like, what?
Prove it. Go ahead, prove it.
That's crazy to me.
Prove it. Source it.
Source what?
Listen, buddy. As someone with a bachelor's in mathematics, I'm telling you exactly how statistics work.
That's not always the case. I mean, depending on the
everything that I
population,
just said is
everybody
just like
differently.
a statistics 101 fact.
The disease that you're claiming is so deadly and so horrible. So if you go up in people that you're studying, and it's so new, so how would you ever even know if you go up in people if it would affect it differently or not? But you're
So
making a
what they
claim that
calculate
you
is a probability that these effects happened, that this result was obtained, if the opposite hypothesis is true.
I mean, I get what you're getting at, but
Okay, wait. So the confidence interval is it's a 95% confidence interval.
Yeah,
They're
if you go up-
95% sure. Oh wait. So actually, hold on. So the confidence interval is, yeah, it's not. They're 95% sure that the actual fact of the matter falls between one standard deviation.
Okay, so all you're saying is that it wouldn't go up just because, according to statistics, and of a disease that's so new that you don't even know as much as anybody about. Like anybody doesn't even know about it, and it's such a new disease.
It's literally just a matter of measuring it. You have all these people, you have them wear masks, and then you measure the rate at which they are unalived compared to the rate of the people with no masks.
And the masks helped.
83% of studies found that the masks help. Yes.
You just and you don't wear a mask now though. You don't wear a mask. So why would you not? So
first of all, it's become like,
why would you not wear a mask?
Well, wait, because so first of all, COVID is still happening. There's still tons of new cases, but because I'm vaccinated, I'm less worried about getting a severe case of COVID.
But you could also pass it on to somebody else. So why?
No, that's true. That's true. Which is why, I mean, there's like a million ways that people are going to fail to do like the moral thing.
If it's so successful and it's so mathematically
Wait.
correct,
So
wear
pivoting to a like
No, I'm
meta
asking
commentary.
you. Why would you personally not wear
Yeah, what this is called is the tu quoque fallacy, wherein you try to escape the argument by attacking the other person.
No, I'm
by,
asking.
Like whether or
genuine
not the
question.
way
Why
I
would you not?
personally live my life is consistent with the facts of the matter is irrelevant to the facts of the matter.
Why can't you answer that question? Why don't you wear a mask if it's
Yeah, I already answered it. The reason why I don't wear a mask is because I'm vaccinated and I'm less
you're
worried.
vaccinated? and it still could be harmful to other people, but you're okay with that, I
Yeah,
guess.
totally could. Yeah, it's mostly harmful to unvaccinated people like yourself. So I don't know. Maybe it's a moral good to not wear a mask.
Yeah, well, I haven't had COVID-19 one time, so.
Not that you know of. How many times have you tested for COVID-19?
Like 2 or 3 times.
Okay. So I've tested way more than that. So there's probably you very well may have had
Waste your time.
COVID and you just don't know about it.
Way to waste your time.
What's the waste of time? It's like 5 minutes.
5 minutes of time that you ain't getting back, that you wasted on a COVID test.
If we, do you play video games?
I do.
Well, way to waste your time.
Why does that waste my time?
Are you ever getting that time back?
I build relationships on there. I play with my friends.
Yeah. You build relationships. I bet they're deep and meaningful.
What are you talking about? It's not like I
Yeah.
play.
Have you ever? There's just like the claim that like, well, you've wasted your time by doing this thing. No. First of all, that's just statistically not true.
I don't play consistently.
Hold on. Wait. Do you have any data that supports the claim that vaccines weren't effective?
Vaccines, they weren't effective because you have to get boosters. That's the evidence.
Do you have
there.
any?
Why would
do you have any evidence? Do you have a source?
What other vaccine do you have to get a booster?
Do you have a source? The next words I want to hear out of your mouth are a source.
What other vaccines do you have to get a booster for?
That's not what I want. Wait, you're going to give me a source, or this conversation is not progressing until you give me a source for your ludicrous claim.
I can't give you any kind of source. I mean,
perfect.
I only have my
so,
phone.
Do you want to talk about anything else?
I only have my phone, so.
Well, you can take a second, go out of your phone. I'll give you 5 minutes. Go and find it.
Go and find a source that says that vaccines were not effective.
That vaccines are ineffective. Yeah, go for it. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you want to support the stream, make sure that you are or the Venmo's allegedly-ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Make sure you're dropping a follow if you never want to miss a debate in the future, if you're enjoying the debates. Double tap on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 200K. Make sure you're filling up that bar. Get the bar all the way up. It's going to be fun. It's like a little bit of dopamine for you. If you want to join the community, as many already have, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. We talk politics, religion, philosophy. We can do really anything that you want to do. I notify you every time I go live, so you'll never miss a live because you'll always be notified. Excuse me, Squish Love, thank you so much. It's just going to be it's a good little time. We do philosophy readings. I'm trying to get I think we're going to try to do a book club related to presuppositional apologetics and Christianity. A paper that I really like. We're going to try to do that. And it might be 2 Sundays or 2 Saturdays from now insofar as I try to give people like a week to read it. But yeah, it's great. You should seriously consider joining. People there are really friendly. I'm really friendly. It's discord.gg/allegedly.ian. I'm trying to be very active in that server because I love that server and I love the people in that server. As we wait for this guest to try to back up his ludicrous, nonsensical, silly claim. But I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, there's claims of
yeah, wait. So the next things out of your mouth are going to be a source. Let's hear it. If you're off the app, I can't hear you. You got to come back to the app and read the source.
Okay, the vaccines are completely ineffective against I mean, there's multiple variants that it's ineffective against.
Is this the name of a source? What's the name of the source?
National Institutes of Health.
Yeah, so National Institute of Health. What's the name of the article? If you're off the app, I can't hear you.
Here, I can copy it and even post it in the chat right there.
Yep. Okay, cool. And is this article going to disagree with you?
Is it going to disagree with me?
Yeah.
Disagree with me how? Because it's telling.
Is it gonna say that vaccines are effective?
It's not saying that vaccines are effective. What it's saying is that it's ineffective against multiple variants.
have reported negative vaccine against infection, symptomatic, and even severity hospitalization, potentially leading to interpretation of the vaccine facility infection disease. However, current observations of negative likely seem the presence of various biases, although negative, vaccine effectiveness is more likely to arise when true biological efficacy is generally low and biases are large. Positive vaccine efficacy measurements can also be subject to the same mechanisms of bias. In this perspective, we first outlined different mechanisms of bias that could lead. This study literally disagrees with you.
How does it disagree with me?
What's your understanding of what the study says?
I mean, I read the first parts of it.
Yeah, what's your understanding of the study?
That it has negative effects, as well as that it's ineffective towards multiple variants.
Okay. So what the study is actually saying is that certain studies find that it has negative effects, but these studies are because they're methodologically flawed. So it points out the various methodological flaws, like differences in exposure or differences in testing, and it evens it out and finds that they are actually effective. So your own study disagrees with you.
It's not my own study. I mean, I took 5 minutes.
The study you cited disagrees with you.
I took 5 minutes to look something up.
Wait, do you agree that the study you cited disagrees with you?
You have evidence locked and loaded. That's good for you, man. I mean,
well, I actually don't have evidence locked and loaded, but I just know that it's true, so it's really easy to find evidence.
No,
I have no source right now, but I can show you how I can find sources for my claim right now. I'm just going to type in peer-reviewed COVID vaccine
there's a question
efficacy.
There's a question that has to be asked of why would you have to get multiple boosters? What other
wait
vaccine,
I don't
what
wait
other
we're not gonna
for?
pivot away from that. You're gonna concede this point.
No,
wait, hold on
I'm asking
hold
you,
on
I'm asking
wait
you.
so let's read the study that I found just now by one Google search. First, the top results. So the study is safety and effectiveness of COVID-19 vaccines and narrative review. In clinical trials, 3 vaccines had higher, over 90% efficacy against COVID-19 infection than the vaccines of Oxford, AstraZeneca, against moderate and severe forms of COVID-19 infection. The mRNA vaccine showed high efficacy against infection and a very high level of protection against severe diseases, hospitalization, and death, while the risk of severe forms of COVID-19 infection and deaths was reduced by Moderna. Vaccines are effective. First result on Google.
Okay, so they're effective, but that doesn't mean that they're efficient in the way of having to get boosters, multiple boosters.
Because there are different variants of it. That's why we need to get flu shots.
There's only one flu shot. You don't continue to get boosters of different, like.
You get a. You're confused. You get a new flu shot. There's a new flu shot each flu season.
Multiple years. After a year.
Each year there was a new flu shot. Are you aware? Are you aware that each season there's a new flu shot? Are you aware of that?
In COVID, you don't do it each year. You do.
Because COVID doesn't follow seasonal cycles. The flu does. So wait, because it seems like you're confused and you're backing up from your claim. Are you aware that there's a new flu shot each year?
I am aware of that.
Perfect. So then what's the problem?
What I'm telling you is you don't have to do it every so months. There's no other vaccine that you have to do that with.
You don't have to do the COVID boosters every couple of months, but also so you need to do the COVID vaccine. You need to get a booster in accordance when there's a new wave of COVID. When there's a new variant of COVID, you need to get a COVID booster. We get booster shots because it raises the efficacy of the vaccines.
Okay, sounds good, man.
Okay. You got anything else?
Nah, I'm all good.
All right. Well, appreciate you coming on up here. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. I'm probably going to end stream for today, but I'm going to send you over to Dean. Let's go raid Dean. Dean is currently live on, it's Dean with two A's and 2 N's. That's his main account. Love all of you. Make sure you're dropping a follow if you never want to miss a debate in the future. I'm going to be going live with this topic quite a bit to try to get it down pat. If you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. You might need to copy it and paste it into the Discord app itself, or you can just go to the Discord app and do allegedly.ian. That's the Discord join code. I'd love to see all of you there. We talk politics, religion, philosophy. I notify you every time I go live. I'm very active in the server. You can ask me questions. I'm happy to answer them. Live chat's always blowing up. But other than that, we're going to go raid Dean. Dean, again,